Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, December the 29th. My name is Barry Ainerson, moderator of your trading room. I forgot to put the mic on in the main room. So welcome again, everybody. I know you guys heard me on YouTube. So welcome to the pre-market show for Friday, December the 29th. My name is Barry Ainerson and moderator of your room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, Kerry. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Great. So, yeah, China madness again. China low float madness. We got a lot. I put a list of stocks that were moving in the pre-market, but there are obviously a lot more. Just too many to name. Just a quick answer to Cerveza in our. Okay, so there was no way to have an alert come up if there's news on a stock. Okay, and the other thing is when you click on an alert, when you click on a stock, I doubt if this updates. While you're watching it. I doubt if it does. It's just a matter of so there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to refresh or anything like that. So it's this news here. How I use it, I do use it in the pre-market a little bit. I usually just use it to see past news, okay, news on previous days. Even if we had some way to see to say, okay, every time there's a something that comes in news, you get an alert. You can get inundated because look at all. I mean, here's what I use in Interactive Brokers, okay. Look at all the little news headlines there are. I mean, some of them, the idea is that, yeah, I only want to see the good news. Well, how do we differentiate between the so-called good news and the news we don't really care about? And what you might think is good news, somebody else might not think, and vice versa. So that's sort of, yeah, there's just not really a way to do that. I don't use our news for the late breaking. So most brokers will have something like this. This is what I use, Interactive Brokers. So let's take a look anyway at what is happening. Another thing you guys might want to do, these are two scans that I do share, the pre-market actives up and down. If you're looking for the low floaters, remember all of these columns are sortable. So if I click on the float column, give it a double left click. Okay. Now I don't know if this is really correct, but for instance, FLJ, 43,000 shares in the float, which is ridiculous. There's that ADTX though, 275,000. The Cyto, somebody was just talking about 353,000. So if you're looking for the low float stocks, all you have to do is just double left click on the float column and you'll see them. And then you can also, just a quick glance to see, well, how much are they up? And so you can see, the ADTX that people have been following today, the SXTC, maybe the SMFL later on. Maybe the SMFL will get alive again. I mean, it's up 10%, but I think what traders will look at is what happened a few days ago, got up to 353, and then way before then, up to 563. So that's just another way to use the pre-market actives up. You can do it for the down. I don't care that much about low floaters that are down though, but that's up to you. Remember, every one of these columns is sortable. So the usual way to sort, of course, at the very beginning, sort on the change from the closed column, and that'll show you the ones that are up the most. More than likely, if a stock is up 172%, it's going to be a low float. Good morning, YouTubers. Javier and Tim. Oh, CGA, and these are all China. Well, not all China, but SXTC, um, CGA, YCBD, I think TANH, FLJ. These are all China low floats. CGA, most of the time you will not see any news. Also, CGA actually did have some news after hours yesterday. Entered into a stock purchase agreement with Zibiao Pan. So there was actually some news. You can see what happened after hours. Excuse me, for CGA, that mauve area right here, my 15-minute chart, that is the after-hour action. But it's pulled back quite a bit. 871 back down to 341. Jamie, good morning. I think you took a little time off, didn't you? Let's see, what else did I have here? So I talked a little bit about these China low floats, YCBD, SECO. SECO is underneath a dollar. SECO, SECO, another China stock underneath a dollar, low float. What else? And the ADTX could not see any news on this one. Again, the news is this, guys. It's low float. And for some reason, somewhere, some group has decided to pump the heck out of it today. You just got to be careful. An MULN guide. Now I'm glad we've adjusted the float. Yesterday we had 360 million in the float, which was incorrect. They had done a 1 for 100 on December 21st, 1 for 100 reverse split. So that is now correct. 3.62 in the ballpark anyway. Again, if you go to different websites, you might see 4 million, you might see 3.5 million, you might see 3 million. At least we're in the ballpark. Okay. So there's the MULN surging after yesterday. Had a great day yesterday. Next high, that's right. The next high is 18 something. Yeah, almost 19 on the daily chart for MULN. So in theory, still has some room to run if it wants to before it hits the next high. So this is. And by the way, somebody asked, and I know it was answered, but yeah, this is a full day of trading. It's not a half day, but this is the last trading day of the year. So again, as I did yesterday, I'm going to take within reason. I'm going to take every one of the ones that I see in the option activity plus a 10-day daily break, and I'm going to take them in the simulator. I now have it working. This combo I had the right number of or right dollar amount in it today. So I'm going to take them all in the combo within reason. And when I say within reason, if I see, for instance, if one of them alerts and I see the 200-day moving average right above it, I won't take it. But within reason, I think I took every one of them yesterday, and it would have worked out very well. With money management. In other words, you've got to be on top of when to start to take profit. But every one of them worked out very well. Meanwhile, the Mullen, wow. So they did have some news yesterday. Also, MULN did have some news. VS. I do see VS here. So this is a reverse split today. So this was announced on the 22nd, and I guess the effective date is then today. Is that what you're saying? So yeah, 1 for 16. So it is effective. Okay, it's effective today. Yeah, close of trading yesterday. So it is effective today. So that means then, in theory, that is not the correct float. That is going to be divided by 16. So another very Canadian stock, though, not not China. So that means the float is about 400,000 shares for VS. Let me just do a quick. I always like to check that dilution tracker website and see if they are actually, up to date on the day of. The answer is yes. So they've got 1.47 million. So of course that is not. So we had 6.3. I really don't know now. I don't know if that 1.47 million is adjusted for today. At any rate, low float. VS is definitely a low float. It was a low float before. It's an even lower float now. Morning, Jerks, Dave, and Effie. You guys seem new. Welcome. If you are new to the room, welcome to the room. Always nice to see new people. I'm not even going to look, guys. Well, you know what? Yesterday we had one upgrade, so just for fun, I am going to check the upgrades and downgrades this morning. I doubt very much there'll be anything today, but let's just see. Okay, we got a couple of downgrades. Lyft and Uber. Lyft and Uber downgraded by Nomura. How about on the upgrade side? Upgrades, no upgrades. So a couple of downgrades for Lyft and Uber, and that's it. Probably on let's see, the market's closed on Monday, so on Tuesday, my guess is that we're going to see a ton of upgrades and downgrades on Tuesday as the analysts get back to work. Another low floater, guys. IFBD, China just popping in now. IFBD, 253,000 shares in the float. It's amazing what you get used to, I mean, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe even just a year ago, if I'd said 253,000 shares in the float, we would have thought that was insane. And now there's so many of them, under a million, that it's becoming almost norm to not, well, not all stocks, of course, but it's just not as jarring as when they first saw these ones that were under a million. There's just so many of them now. All right, so we had a mildly, I guess the Nas was flat yesterday. The Dow was up just a little. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and scroll down until we see show more. Sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 80% in green. That means that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that number means. So if you do a quick look, kind of see what's happening. This is all pre-market, of course. Market's going to open in about 15 minutes. But what I'm more interested in, again, the only one that's under, well, utilities were also under, but I want to just check on consumer staples. Again, how close? This is the really big holdout, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. That blue line on my daily chart, closer and closer. And then the other one that was under was utilities, XLU. And you can see it's close. All the other major sectors are above the 200-day moving average, and sectors like communications and technologies are way above it. One quick look at energy. Oh, well, there you go. Got I look. So energy actually broke down below the 200-day moving average yesterday. XLE broke down below it, closed below it. It's right at it now. Looks like 84. It's right at that 200-day as we speak, but it did close below. Interesting. So now we've got three of the major sectors below the 200-day. I mean, this is barely below. And let's take a look at the SPY, though. The SPY is way above. Oh, the new, yeah, so 433 now. You see a rising 200-day moving average, 433, way above it. Amazing when this was all happening. It was down to almost down to 400, and that was it, guys. The market was going to crash for the rest of the year. Yeah, we used to have a social. We used to what was it? Stock twits. We used to have something with stock twits, but that that stopped 3 or 4 years ago. Trevor, wow, Mara, Michael Noss is going to be very happy. So Bitcoin's doing its thing again. I can see it's just kind of trading in that range. BITO. Yeah, you can just kind of see 22. And yeah, somebody mentioned yesterday that Kathy Woods had dumped GBTC and now is BITO in her portfolio. I did see that. Actually, did see that. So both Riot, look how much it's lagged Mara. Mara had a lot of news specific to it, starting probably about here. And of course, ran with Bitcoin, yes, but had some very specific news, whereas Riot didn't have that sort of specific news. So it has really lagged. It has really lagged Mara, because they used to all kind of almost trade in tandem. I mean, it's it sort of looks the same as Mara, but Mara's had a bigger percentage increase. LegalZoom, I forgot to mention LegalZoom, guys. LZ. Forgot to mention that one. See if it's still doing anything. Yeah, I mean it's up 5%. It's a big float, 130 million in the float. But I did notice that it had broken out, and so if it can maintain some volume, you can kind of see on the weekly chart, it's got a lot of room to keep running. I don't know if there's any news on it. Welcome, DA. New, looking for some help with your TI setup. I can attempt to help. Is what you're looking for. If I can't, then we have other traders that might be able to help you. Hopefully, you can hear me. This is somebody in our YouTube room. The other thing is, I hope you did the 10. At least took a look at the 10 short videos. You might not have to look at them all right now. If you've logged in, you've got a toolbar and things like that. But at least the section on alert windows and top list windows. I don't have the doc. No, you know what? I almost feel like I should get rid of this. This is all you really need, okay? Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use. Pre-market actives up and down. This is a glance at this. It really doesn't make that much of a difference. But I have these two pre-market actives up and down. This is what I really look at. I mean, if you want it, I can give it to you, but I would really just concentrate on on these two top lists. And meanwhile, IFBD continues to make new highs on probably no new news. I mean, I see the last news that I can see on this one is enters into a securities purchase agreement. That was on the 22nd. Okay, but that's the last news I can really see on this one. The round thing, the gear, yes, the gear. Yeah, so I guess this gear here, always scroll to the bottom, check it. Now, if you've done that, I think you said you've done that. If it's not working, then I don't know what to say. So, DA, did you hear me in our YouTube room? But you say you have it checked, always scroll to the bottom. So at that point, I'm not really sure how to help you. If you've got it checked and it's not scrolling to the bottom, hmm, wonder why that would not be working, Steve. So you're saying you have to, like, this is maybe up there, and you have to keep moving this down? I don't know how to help you. No, I was Ashok. I was talking to a DA. He asked me a question about us trying to set up. So I always have to, if I sort of answer and then I don't get a response, I just always wonder if maybe I'm on mute for that person, not for the whole room, of course, just for that person. Hmm. I don't know what you mean. The tabs on your screenshot. I can't find them. I don't know what you mean by your screenshot. And I'm not sure I understand what you mean by your tab. Okay, first of all, before you do anything, if you're brand new, okay, brand new, and you haven't done this, I would really encourage you to do this. Now, you may not have to do everything. So if you click on my homepage link and get started, okay. Now you may not have to if you've already downloaded and installed and you have a toolbar and you've logged in and you have a toolbar, you have a green ball, okay, and at least you know you have a live connection. But you might want to take a look at this. What's involved in the toolbar, what you'll find up here, layout styles. I wouldn't look at docked layout, but then important introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, and charts. Okay, this will only take you. These are very short videos, and if you haven't done that, I would absolutely recommend you do that first. Okay. Really? Every time I come into the room, William, everything seems to have disappeared now. Oh, you clear it. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's your job, though. That's your job. Yeah, I mean, I used to come in every day and go into the alert section and just do a clear. I'm his intern. So yeah, I don't know what you mean when you say the tabs on your screenshot. I can't find them. I don't really understand what you mean by that, DA. Again, guys, you get a lot of whippy action in the pre-market. Look at this, another one that popped way up here. SNTG up to 469, and it's come right back down to 220. Very, very indicative or usual for low float situations. So are you talking about, okay, I'm going to try to answer before the market opens, DA. Are you talking, okay, unusual activity? So you're talking about the name of an alert window, unusual activity, as an example? And then you're looking, and then you want to find out, okay, when you talk about tabs, are you talking about column headers? If you can see what I'm pointing at on my screen here, these column headers as an example. Yeah, the problem is, DA, you know what? You might want to come into the what I call the main room. You can't post things in YouTube. If you've been posting stuff in YouTube, I can't see them. Okay. So I'm going to give you a link. You might want to come into what I call the main room. So gap up and gap down. Again, all these are just column headers. If you're wondering what they mean, I mean, this is all, you can see all the definitions of these in our user guide. Okay, so news in general. Well, every time you click on an alert, Tony, as an example, Mara, so you'll see the news here. Okay, understand this is not going to be late breaking news that we've got here. Oh, I see. Oh, so these are okay. I see what you mean now. These are scans that I have created, DA. Okay, you're not going to find them anywhere. If you, but the link that I put in my homepage link, for instance, I am sharing. I am sharing a lot of scans that I have created. Okay, these are all the scans that I am sharing right now. So you're not going to find them anywhere on the Trade Ideas website. These are just the scans that I am currently sharing with everybody. Okay. So the whole idea behind trade ideas is you can create your own scans, of course, and these are the ones I've created for my style of trading. Oh, we're open. Sorry, guys, we're now open. Okay. Well, let's have a great end to this trading year. This is the end of the trading year, guys. So there's no free trial, no. For then, the only time there's a free trial is when we have the test drive. Okay, and I don't know when the next test drive is going to be. Sorry, Trevor. So Tony, if for instance, if you're looking for Microsoft as an example, okay, maybe I can answer you better in that fashion. If you're looking for news about Microsoft, again, using our news, well, you could, if you went to a chart and you typed it in and the symbol in, I meant Microsoft symbol, and then you're gonna see it up here. Okay, there's your news for Microsoft as an example. Now, guys, I should mention also for anybody new, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Speaking of Microsoft, nice little pop from Microsoft, MSFT. ASTR used to call this a low float, 16.8 million, but that seems high now compared to what we are looking at. But and all kidding aside, that's a low float, 16.8 million in the float for ASTR. And this has got some room. Boy, if it takes out two, hmm, this has got some room, guys. Looking left on the weekly chart, you can see if it can take out two. Then the next high in the weekly chart, anyway, is 278. So your Bitcoin play, BTM. Bitcoin is up a little bit today. Yeah, boy, that Mullen, that was a I have to tell you, that was a great call yesterday, Grumpy. Seriously, a great call. Now the next high looking left is almost 19, 1870 on the daily chart. Low float. They actually have earnings, one of the very few companies that have earnings after the market closes today. Most companies, number one, don't release earnings after the market closes on a Friday. These guys are. That was the news yesterday. Surges 29%. Well, that was yesterday after it delivers 50 EV cargo vans. Boy, look at it go now. Wow. Now this is not shortable for me. That's funny, Grumpy. We're to buy a new gas truck with your profit with Mullen. That is funny. So you're looking for that layout? I'm just Dennis, you're looking for that layout, like this layout here? This is not my layout, so I don't know where it is. So this is somebody else. I mean, I have no idea where you're getting this from. Okay, that's somebody else's created layout. Yeah, so I mean, that's you. I mean, you can probably recreate it, but I can't. I mean, I have no idea where you're getting it from. It's a lot going on, though. I have to tell you that there was a lot going on. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I can't even read this. History pre-mark, post-market. Wow, I mean, that's a lot going on in a layout. You'd have to contact the group. Like, I don't know what group has this, because these could all just be very custom. I mean, this is my layout, okay, that you can see here. I mean, I have other scans on my other monitor, but this is what I like to see. And you might look at this one, the momentum scan, as an example, but you may not like the you might not like the price range. So of course, so in that scan that group has, I mean, I have no idea what filters they're using. None, zero. And it'd be impossible unless you actually have the cloud link for each one of them, like I'm demonstrating here, to show you what they're actually using. Well, that's why I have some scans that I'm sharing. Okay. And the other thing is, I don't know how new of a trader you are, but I mean, if you have some idea about what you like to like, what style of a trader are you? Are you a momentum trader? Do you like to try to play pullbacks? If you're brand new to trading, Trade Ideas is a tool. It's not going to teach you how to trade. So, but if you're like a momentum trader, want to see stocks that are breaking out right now, that's my style as an example. So when you say a newbie, if you're talking about being a newbie to trading itself, then there's a learning curve. This program is not, because just because you get alerts, does it now, what are you going to do with it? Okay, I get an alert here. Does that mean I take the trade immediately? No. I have to be able to look at a chart. I have to be able to determine, I've been trading for a few years, quickly to determine, do I want to trade this or not? Now, I don't trade in the first 15 typically, so I like to see things settle down a bit. My opinion is no. I mean, Jamie is a scalper. Is he it all depends. I mean, I'm not a scalper. I mean, I'm not looking to. I don't go into a trade, with a 1 cent stop trying to make 5 cents. Okay, things like that. That to me is more like a scalper, which is really, really would be insanely hard to do. Momentum for me is just something that is, got a lot of momentum, and I could be holding for a long time, depending on if I have no reason to sell. When I say a long time, intraday. I typically don't hold overnight, but scalpers are usually in and out very quickly. Usually. So look at Mull. I mean, this is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look what happened to MULN. I mean, this got up to 18. And that's a $2 pullback right off the bat. That's why I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. Yes, there will be times where a stock will just keep running and running and running, and I'll miss out. But too many times I see this happening. So that's why if you're new to trading, I'm not just talking. I'm just talking in general. If you're new to trading, I would set out probably at least the first 15 minutes. Okay, try to let things settle down. You might even want to set out the first 30 minutes. Don't be anxious to get into something immediately. Meanwhile, look at any guys. This is a crypto play. Look at any on the move here. A lot of volume coming in. ADTX, yeah. So this in the pre-market got up to what, 750 or so. So let's take a look at where it could open. So again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is what I use when a stock is halted. I look at this screen. This you can't see the symbol, but this is the symbol. Come on, get it up here. Well, anyway, that is ADTX. There's the symbol. It's open. It just opened, and wow, what an open. What I was going to explain is you saw the halt price, and then in this column on the side here, before it did actually open, was it maybe a glimpse to where it could open once it resumed. And you can see that it got halted at 730. I'm sorry, yeah, it resumed. Sorry, it resumed. So it got halted at 708 and it resumed at 730. This is prices, right? We're not talking time. Well, I know somebody who'll be very happy if FSR runs that much, and that'll be Steve Gomez. If you're in the room yesterday, in the YouTube room yesterday, where he took over for me between 12 and 1, he was in this one, and he was in a little worried because he's all about the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and it looked like it was going to break down maybe below it, but I guess it obviously held. And it was all about the short float percent. 45% is short. Meanwhile, ADTX keeps moving higher. I think DA one of those was the unusual volume. Was that one of those? Because I think that's one of the things we have in our one of our channels. Because another thing you can do is click on new and click on from our toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, you can take a look at them. They're all theme-based channels. Explosive winners. I wonder if one of them might have been unusual activity. A lot of them are just based on races. Traded as winners watcher. Yeah, unusual activity. I know it's going to be in one of those channels. I just don't know which one. All it's doing, it's just looking, you see, one of the great filters that we have when in about half an hour, I start talking about, trade ideas in general and what I look for. It sounds like that's what you're looking for too. If you're more of an intraday trader, you're just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. And so one of the great filters that we've got is that relative volume filter. Okay, so for instance, when I see 12 for BKKT, the relative volume, what does that mean? That means it's trading up to this time of day. Okay, this is time sensitive. So at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, this is, and you see how, I mean, this is a moving target at 11.87 now. It means it's trading 11.87 times what it has normally done over the last 30 days up to this time. So that is obviously abnormal. Okay. That's one way that we try to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Unusual activity. I mean, that's all it is, unusual activity. The other way I do it is you'll see eventually we'll start to get some in the option activity. And I'm looking for stocks that are having abnormal volume with respect to how many options that they've traded today. But if you're looking for momentum, I mean, this right here, this gives you definitely momentum. Doesn't mean they're going to keep moving higher and higher and higher all day long, of course, but 47 times relative volume. Another Bitcoin play. Yeah, so just go to my homepage. Okay, you're going to see all the scans that I have created that I'm sharing. Okay, so there's my homepage link. So you click on it, and it's what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. And just scroll down, and then that middle section, here are my scans. Click here, and so here are the scans that I am currently sharing, including the momentum scan. Okay, but I've got a lot, basic new highs and lows. I've got a lot of scans that I am sharing. And if so, you know how to load it onto your screen, and then all you have, if you know that how to do that, then all you have to do is then right click once it's there, and click on configure, and then summary, and that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. And of course, you can, once you get used to using trade ideas, you can of course adjust it. Maybe you want a different price range, or a different volume. You can, once you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you want to add a filter that you like, or take one of these out that you don't like. Okay, but that's the whole idea. But I'm sharing a lot of scans, and you're going to hear me talk about this one a lot, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. The combo scan, you're going to hear me talk about that a lot. Right now, nothing is happening in it. We're only going to get maybe 3 or 4 a day in it, but they're usually pretty great alerts. My opinion is that what you had, that would be way too much to watch, especially if you're new. Okay, that's my opinion. That layout that you were showing me, way too much to watch. I use the phrase, you'll be clicking like mad on symbols, alerts, all day long and getting nothing done. I'm surprised that this is not showing up in that normal option. So why isn't it? Certainly the option volume is huge, relative volume is there. Looks like it's a 10-day daily breakout. Anyway, BGC guys, BGC on the move here. Well, this momentum scan right here. I mean, you're going to get a lot of alerts all day long, but this is a momentum scan right here. You could start with that, and then make adjustments maybe to a price range that you'd rather see. And I wonder why this isn't showing up. There's got to be a reason. 11 option volume is huge, 5 times normal. It's a 10-day daily breakout. The change from the open. Yes. I keep forgetting about that filter. Yeah, 40 cents. Yeah, so it opened here, 704. So yeah, so that's the reason. I wonder if we take that out, if that's going to make any huge difference. Here's the IFBD guys ripping again. Now, the next high looking left, I mean, it's got a little more room. I mean, almost to $2. Nobody's saying it's getting to $2, okay? But another one of these low float China stocks. And there's the next high looking left, around $2. And if you're looking for news on it, you probably will not find any. And I see actually that showed up in our on our AI. I'm talking about right here. I don't mind showing it now. Right there, alert at 126, 153 right now, showing up on our AI, part of our premium service. Okay, thanks, Nib. Look at, I mean, wow, look at MULN now. Not shortable for me, that interactive brokers. I did take a look. Hope you took your profit there, Grumpy. So they actually do have some news, okay, for BGC. They say that their expected Q4 revenue to be around a high end of the previously stated outlook. So I mean, they don't have earnings until February 28th. That's when they officially release, but they're sort of preconditioning the market, saying, it looks like it's going to be pretty good. So I mean, at least this one had some news. It's a big float too, 385 million in the float. But you got to be quick. I mean, look at this IFBD. Yeah, it was an AI alert, 126. It got up to 154. That's why we're saying, the most efficient way to use our AI is sure, maybe you can take it around the entry price, but you better be watching. Okay, especially when it's such a low float. You wouldn't, you cannot wander away from your computer if you get into anything that's a very low float. Because look what just happened. I mean, what if you took this one at one, even at 130, 135, and you're watching this go up to 150, and you're thinking, wow, it's got, like I said, it's got some room, to two. And you went downstairs and then made a quick, some toast and came back upstairs to this. Can't do it. You've got to be sitting at your computer if you're in, well, especially if it's a low float. Okay, like this, especially if it's a low float. You're right, it is shortable. 56,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. We're talking about IFBD. As is Fisker, F 89,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So the same thing with Fisker, FSR. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 197. So, I'm a bit of a person who just is reluctant to take trades before a whole number. You can see the whole number break. But let's put it into perspective though. Fisker has been a disaster. Look at the float also. I mean, is that right? Is that float really correct? That float is right. That's an impressive move. You don't often see, 23% moves with 353 million in the float. But and it's all about that short float percent, 45%. 45% of the float is short. People betting that, the stock is it, and who knows for how long they've been in it. I mean, we don't know that. Look at a monthly chart for Fisker. This was at one point a $32 stock, I guess. Yeah. But the bottom line is, if you were taking it down here, you don't care that it was a $32 stock. For you, it's a new stock. Hmm. I don't think that's right, Smitten. 2 point. The reason I say that is when I went to that website, this is what I use when I do want to check. So when I type in FSR, this is what it tells me. So you can see it doesn't have the float information and it says dilution may not matter for this one. It only has stocks that are really, low float, low cap, like small caps, low floats here. So it doesn't even give me. So I seriously doubt, I don't know where you're getting that information, that the float is 2.33. Where are you getting that? And I'm not accusing you. You know that. I'm not accusing you of anything. We're just wondering where you're getting that information. And somebody in retired Fido in our YouTube room is saying 199 million. Well, I mean, we've got 353 million. That's quite a difference. But the one thing we can agree on, it's not a low float stock. Okay, that's what we can agree on. Now then, guys, what about this one? ACRS. Now look at the room it's got on the daily chart. This is almost $5. That's $5. Now nobody's saying it's going to get up to $5, but this is a big. I mean, obviously it had some horrible news back here on the 9th or 10th of October of November, and it had a huge drop down, and it's been basing in this area for a while. Now it's trying to have a bit of a surge here. Not a low float, 58 million. I don't know if there's any. Yeah, so Wainwright, these guys are always putting on these rather optimistic price targets on stocks. So Wainwright's got a $9 price target for this one, ACRS. I think that's the only news I can find on it. I want to call it news. Well, this one's interesting. So what was the high here? 125. Well, why don't I just stick an alert around 128 and see if it's just because of the gap here, guys. That's what traders are looking at. They're looking at this huge. Nobody's saying again it's going to get back up to five, but if it starts to move just a little bit into this gap area, interesting. Also, wow, there's a lot of shorts available for this one at Interactive Brokers, 2.4 million. Is BGC gapping up on the weekly chart? Possibly. Yeah, I mean, let wish we could fix that bug. Here we go. Just give me a moment. I'm going to click on another. Wow, can't even see. I'm going to have to get to a monthly chart. I don't know where the next high is. I guess I don't know. Maybe this changed symbols. It says it's a lifetime high. It says it's a lifetime high. I don't know if this was an IPO back here or a symbol name change. It says this is an all-time high. So, obviously there's no chart resistance. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher, but there's no chart resistance. Wow. ADTX. Well, this was the one, guys. But even that, I mean, look how choppy it was. I mean, this hit a high of $8, and then it got all the way back down to 586, got up to 815, and then down to 689. Where are you going to put your stop? I mean, you're going to take some of these. I mean, where are you going to put your stop? So I mean, it's hard to take enough share, like a lot of shares, if you're going to have a proper stop in place. But of course, the attraction is right there, that high of 950. Well, today might be the day we won't get anything in my favorite scan. I've said that before, and then all of a sudden we get two or three, maybe four. And we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, it's not a huge relative volume. It's basically trading normally. But that's why I put an alert and just put a price alert up in this area and see if it takes it out later on. Yeah, I think you changed it to 25 cents from 40 cents, right? Real. Well, this might turn into a pretty sleepy day now, guys. Normally, I'm still getting alerts. A lot of alerts until 10 o'clock anyway. I'm not getting too many new ones. These are all repeats, of course. Not many in the 10-day daily breakout. One in the 10-day daily breakdown. So this might be a real snoozer of a day now. I mean, the Nas is up. Basically, the market's flat. I mean, the Dow's up just a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. So basically, the market is very, very flat. Okay, well, this just showed up. Okay, CXDO. Let's take a look at this one, see if there's anything interesting. Certainly look at it on the weekly chart. Not a lot of volume yet. It is 16 times normal, but it's only 103,000 shares, so it's not a lot of volume. Float's only 10 million, so it is a low float. So back on the 21st, the Lake Street Capital put a $5.50 price target on them, and it hit. It almost hit it. Oh, that's my retirement fund right here, Stantec. Well, wish this were only a half a day. Morning, Kevin, in our YouTube room. So ADTX, I mean, that is obviously the star of the day. Now, VNCE, this was pretty active a couple of days ago. Well, a few days ago. I thought this was a bankrupt company. Maybe they fired. I don't know. But they filed for Chapter 11 a long time ago. The retail company. Okay, ADIL. Let's see what this one is doing in terms of. So looking left, yeah, unfortunately, looking left, I see the next high is at 222 and then one at 230. For me, that's just too close. Some of the other ones we've seen when you look left, for instance, if this had been the next high looking left, 271, to me, it would have been way more attractive. And that doesn't mean this is going to stall it, but, just the way I trade. Hate to brag, but you're going to. Okay, PJ. Yeah, so we have them releasing on the 23rd. This says on the 25th, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean, real. I mean, this is, this is just you wouldn't think that that would be big news, but it's just saying, hey, we're going to release earnings maybe couple days later than was slated. I don't know. But now, how about EDU? Is it following suit? EDU. Yeah, so it's not to me. It's nothing to do with. I mean, it's just the China education stocks are EDU, and how about the other one? GOTU, the other China education stock that we take a look at. So this one is not. Keep an eye on this one. A lot of times, this maybe just lagging those two, the EDU, and EDU is sort of I call the leader. Now, the other thing to keep an eye on, of course, is KWEB. Trade the China stocks. Keep an eye on KWEB. Yeah. So really, what's happening is that KWEB. I mean, you look at TAL, you look at EDU. They're basically the same as what's happening with the overall China market. So if you're going to trade a China stock, I would just have this one up and running. As a thumbnail chart, especially unless the stock has some very, very specific news to it, it's probably more than likely going to follow what the overall China market is doing. I have a window showing new highs, but it does not populate. Well, without seeing the window itself, without seeing your filters, 61, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It's hard for me to know. It's possible that there's some filters that are blocking it. The other thing is, do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Make sure that you are connected. Or you have any other scans that are actually giving you alerts? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, or is it just that one? And you're wondering why, or do you have other scans that are okay? Do you have any other scans that are giving you alerts? And also, are you new? A lot of times what happens when people sign up for trade ideas, they might have a green ball and then they're wondering, well, why am I not getting any alerts? And that's because you have not, I'm not saying that's what's happened. Okay, so you do have a new high, a new lows window, and this does work. So you are getting alerts. Okay. Because sometimes what happens is when people are new signing up, they don't realize that they have to fill out the exchange agreements, basically to NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange and Amex, saying that you're not a professional trader. Okay, so you might have I'm not saying that's the case or that's your case, but that happens a lot of times. People don't understand. They look and they see they're connected, but they haven't filled out the exchange agreements correctly. But you're saying you are getting, okay, the only way I can help you is if you come into the main room and give me the link, and I can, because you cannot post the link in YouTube, unfortunately, okay? So if you come into the main room, which looks like this. Okay, there are it's more action, more traders are in the room. Then you can post the link to that scan, and I can take a look at it to see why it's not. It's usually a filter. You're just not aware that there's a filter that's blocking you from getting any alerts. So I just posted the room. I just posted the link underneath. Okay, that's where the main room is. I just posted the link. Yeah, look at SNTG. Nice, 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 nice. The next high looking left is on the weekly anyway, is 341, 345. If it gets through that, then the next high is 350. But if it gets through all of that, look at up here, 962, low float China. That's the theme, guys. Low float China. How do you post a link? So if you're new, first of all, have you done the, no, that won't help. Yeah, that won't help because I can't see the filters. Okay. So this is what you do. So you take it, right click on it, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save or share to cloud. Click on save and share. I'll do it. Say okay. Now you've copied the link. Okay. And then now you can paste it in. Control V. Okay. Just paste it in here. I'll see if I control V. You see how it's now in there? Oh, there you go. Good for you. Okay. And I will load it and let's see what's happening here. So I'm getting an alert. You say you didn't get one alert? I'm just seeing one right now. I was at 10:17. Are you not getting that one? So I'm getting this. I don't know why you're not getting anything. So the number of alerts is 43. Okay, so there's 40. Okay, so there's 43. New high. Stock was up at least 25. I mean that. So you don't really have hardly have any filters in here. The only one is the one that's going to give it some momentum is the 40. So I have no explanation. If you're not getting this Russia RUSHA on yours, and you are getting other alerts and other scam. I mean, you see what I'm getting here. I'm just using your scan. No, Eric, what I was meaning, if you were already in that one, okay, then you're looking, you keep looking left to see where. Now, granted, let's take a look. I mean, SNTG is already halted. Let me just try to. So you're saying, okay, this is a compare count window. So it's quite a bit different. Okay, it's a compare count window, but I really have no explanation. I mean, you can see right on my screen that I'm getting alerts. Okay, I really don't have an explanation why you're not seeing those same alerts. I just took your scan and here they are. How about doing this for me? Take my momentum scan and see if you're going to get anything. Okay. So if you go to my home page because compare count might be a little bit different. It's more of a top list and all, or well, there are two alert windows, competing scans. But let me, if you go to my home page, because this is a pretty active scan. Okay, my momentum scan. So go to my home page. All right, click on it and scroll down until you see the scan section. So you'll be at the top here. Scroll down, click here, and then click on that momentum scan. Okay, and load it onto your screen, and then tell me if you're getting alerts. The compare count might be, for some reason, you are getting alerts, but it's a compare count window, a little bit different. If you can do that for me and tell me if you're getting alerts, because you should be getting a ton of alerts. I mean, look at them all. I just posted the link. How do I find? I just posted it right there. Okay, right there. It's right above where. Ah, yeah. Check this. Maybe that's it. Right click on it before you do that. As Pepe said, right click on it on the scan. Check history, and do you have real time checked? Okay. Do you have real time checked? So right click on the scan, go to history, and make sure real time is checked. Okay, so that's not the reason. Okay. Well, load my momentum scan. I'm curious to see if you get alerts from my scan. Okay. Because at this point, I have no explanation. You can see exactly what's happening here. You're getting a ton of alerts. Okay, let me answer Dennis. Dennis, you asked about how to put a sound alert. Shoot, where was that question? I thought, Dennis, you asked about a sound alert somewhere. Oh, how to get voice alerts on the Momo. Okay. So with our alert, with momentum, okay, this is well, that's an alert window. So it's easy. All I have to do is right click, go to properties, go to actions. Okay. And then check that play sound and then set up the sound. So with our sound alerts, you can have one window, text to speech, if you want. You don't have to. You can put one window as text to speech, so you'll actually hear the symbol being read out. And I say one window. The whole idea of our sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on your different windows. The reason why you wouldn't want to have them all text to speech because you wouldn't know which window to look at. Okay. So you can put one, you don't have to use text to speech, but I know it's pretty popular. Otherwise, use the custom sound, check on that custom sound, and then select sound. And then we have three folders here. Each folder, if you click on it, have some sound alerts in them. And so you can pick one, pick the gong. You can open it, and then you can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to the window that you started the process. Okay. Now, all this is in the guide, okay? In fact, I'm going to go over right now. I'm going to go over my home page because all this stuff is in the guide. Because if you forget, I don't, I mean, I go over this, I have to go over it fairly quickly, but all this stuff is in our guide. So first of all, oops, I don't think it's the browser though, Wyatt, because he's got he's able to load trade ideas and also. Okay, you you picked, but pick Momo. I'm asking you to pick Momo. Okay, okay, that's an alert window. That's a race. That might be a little bit different. Okay, I don't want to confuse the heck out of you. I know you're new, but I want you to pick Momo. Okay, the momentum scan. When you went to my homepage, right, when you went to my homepage and scroll down to the scan section, pick this one, the momentum scan, because it's active. It's very active. Okay, and then tell me if you're getting alerts in that momentum scan. Okay, like don't pick this one. Okay, I'm trying to. You know, okay, you're not getting alerts then. Now, give it some time because the last alert was at 10:24, but you should see the last one. Then you're not getting alerts. You 100%. See, I don't know if you are connected, even though you have got a green ball, you are not getting any alerts. Like keep the momentum up for a while, okay? You should have had LVO at 10:27 Eastern time, okay? So you are, even though you're getting something in that compare count, that I don't know why you are, but you are not connected then somehow, even though you've got a green ball. So my advice is to go to our homepage because it's very possible that you have not filled out the exchange agreements, even though you might think you have. Okay, Lang. So go to our homepage, click on the homepage, and where it says need help, click on need help, and then click on ask. And just say, "Hey, I'm a new subscriber." Give them the email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, and they'll check. And they'll check to make sure you have actually signed those exchange agreements. That is what I think has happened. Even though you've got a green ball, I think that's what's happened. Okay, but they can check your account to make sure everything is correct. Okay. My imaginary friend Pepe. That's funny. Yeah, please do that, Lang, because you are not somehow you're not really connected somehow. Okay, and that was the key because this is a very active, very active. Well, they'll show you. They'll give you a link. In fact, Pepe might even give you a link. But before you do that, make sure that I want to make sure that's the reason. Okay, they'll tell you immediately. I'm surmising that's the reason. Okay, but just go to the homepage, ask the question. I'm a new subscriber. Here's my email address. You can even say, have I actually signed the exchange agreements? And they'll tell you, and then they'll give you a link. They'll say, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. Here's the link to do it. Okay. And I knew Pepe was going to come in and with it, but again, it's only conjecture right now that you haven't. By the way, guys, look at CYTK. This is the look at CYTK. I think it has made a new High for the day. Yeah, it's almost at yesterday's high. Again, this had the huge day a few days ago, and then the huger day 2 days ago. Nothing from our scan, Pepe. Nothing. Not even for reducing it to six. So nothing today so far. So this is still halted. Wow, still halted. So this is where, boy, this is going to be an awesome open when it finally opens. It's obviously more than a 5 minute halt, way more. Typically, they're 5 minute halts. 10:17 was halted. It is now 10:32. So obviously, so this could be a 15-minute halt at least anyway. If it's a 15-minute halt, it'll open in one, two, now. There it was. Wow. See, I'm a great forecaster. So, and there it opened. Huge open. I wouldn't worry about docked windows right now, Dennis. Okay, I really wouldn't. I mean, it's nice that I don't like all my windows are not docked. I really wouldn't. You're new, okay, but I'm going to go over. I'll show you in the guide where you can do it. Okay, it's sort of I want to call it an advanced topic. I would say that most of our customers do not do it. But let me go over my home page and then I'll show you in the guide where you can do it. Okay, so again, clicking on my homepage link. First of all, you'll be at the top here. So we still have a great promo on the 25%. This is sort of a holiday promo. I think it's probably over next Tuesday, but I'd have to check. 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in time, next month, next week, next year, please use my promo code, whatever that's going to be. It'll really help keep this room free, which the goal is always to keep the room free. Okay. And that helps immensely if you take out subscriptions using my promo code. And then if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you have to do is to get started. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve, and it'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. Um, Here's a dock layout. You want to go here? You can look at the dock layout, Dennis. Introduction to scan, so top list and alert window. So this will only take you about 30 minutes to go through their 10 short videos. This will get you started. So you can take a look at the dock layout right there if you want. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos, Trading 101. You're new to trading, I think it's very worthwhile to take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, I think there are 38, 39 videos. They end the last couple or one talks about the whole idea of having a trading plan. The whole idea of trading is not, oh, I think I like this. Why? Why do you like it? If you don't have a reason, you can't give me a reason why you like it, then other than, oh, I don't know, it looks good. Okay. And listen, if that works for you, fine. But you should have a reason for taking a trade. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. There was no trade of the week this week, and I don't think there's a trade of the week next week. Steve will start them the week after. Now, here's the education section. So all the stuff that I talk about, I have to go over it fairly quickly, but here in the user guide, you can always go to the user guide, and there's the getting started. So alert windows. Now, again, don't look at this user guide and think, well, this is obviously way too hard for me to learn this program. Look at all the stuff in here. You don't have to learn everything, obviously. It's like any other manual of any software program you've ever bought. You don't have to learn everything that's in the manual. But I would definitely take a look at an alert window, top list window. Okay, these are the two major aspects of trade ideas. You can look at stock racing if you want. Price alerts, putting price alerts on a chart. Somebody asked about sound alerts. I went over sound alerts, okay? How to put a sound alert on a window. You can look at it here. Dennis, you asked about docking. Docking is here. So even though I go over all this fairly quickly, I don't mean what I'm doing right now, but I may demonstrate on the screen. It's always good to go back to the guide because especially if you only do certain things once in a blue moon. I know I went over sound alerts, but what if you want to put a sound alert on next week? Well, you've probably forgotten what I said. All you have to do is go to the guide. Okay, cool. Okay, Chris. Oh, I will demonstrate that later, Dennis. Okay, I will demonstrate that later when I have a little more time. Okay, how to do it. But it's docked layouts are just not necessary. Okay, they're okay to have, but it's certainly not necessary. I call it, probably if you're new to trade ideas, I would say that's one of the last things you want to take a look at. And last, of course, last, but where are you? So in the user guide, so in the education section on my education section, so scroll down a little bit more. There's that getting started again. And then here, the daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and then one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Friday. I think Andy was supposed to be off today, but I think it'll be Andy in our YouTube room taking over for me. Now, I think it's a good idea to head over there. We have 5 days of the week. We have five different traders who take over for me in our YouTube room, and we all have different trading styles. Okay, now Andy and Steve, who is on Thursdays, and Michael Noss on Tuesdays, they're way more swing traders than I am. Okay, Chris is sort of a hybrid. They call him a hybrid, day trading and swing trading. And Jamie on Wednesdays is, I call him a scalper. He doesn't mind that. So he's more of an intraday trader like myself. But I think you should go over there and listen to different trading styles. Okay. And then last on my homepage, when you click on my homepage link, again, you'll be at the top here. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. And this is my favorite one. Just no alerts today. I want an abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. Just got no alerts today yet. Okay. And then, but I have other scans, of course, I'm sharing. You can see the momentum scan is here. Abnormal option activity is here. Here's the Fisker guy. The big deal if it breaks two, I think. But I have other scans, and I'm not using a lot of these right now. But these are scans I created over the years. You might be interested in. Looking for bouncer stoppers. You're looking for stocks that maybe have parabolic on the way up, and you're looking to short, or stocks that maybe a little bit parabolic on the way down and looking for a bounce. That's what this one does. Okay, so you can take a look at all scans there. I would never have them all up and running at the same time, though. You'd just be overwhelmed. But this is what I do use in the pre-market. Pre-market axis up and down. This shows me the big gappers. And there's the Halts resumes, as I said, and there's a momentum scan, and then what you see, the abnormal option activity. These are the ones that you see. I do have a couple other scans on my other monitors, the 10-day daily breakout and down. I don't get very many alerts from these. And then my favorite one, no alerts at all today so far. My guess, yeah, 1041, yeah, we might not get anything today from it, which is okay. Okay, we're go. Okay, I'm just seeing these now. So what does that mean? Oh boy, you mean now the market is going to tank, Shady? But there, I mean, we went through this. I don't know, 1042. We went through this the last 2 days with the market just in serious chop mode. Well, I'm glad you made money, Richard. We don't usually talk about how much money we make or how many shares we take, but I understand you're new and all that. But yeah, I mean, essence, the anything that's a very, very, very low float, which SNTG is, you got to be awfully careful. But glad you made money on it. Is there a way to link a chart? Thank you, Ashok. I appreciate that. Happy holidays to you also in our YouTube room. Is there a way to link a chart with a changing top stock on a scan, or do I have to click on? So, are you talking about when an alert shows up, it'll automatically change the chart? No. Uh, first of all, it depends how active your chart, your scan would be. It would drive you crazy, I think, if you could even do that, but you can't do it. No, you have to click on it. Is that what you meant, though? Yeah, so I don't really, if you're asking me about long-term Smith, I really, because I'm an intraday trader, I don't really have a macro view of energy or crypto or microchips or, I mean, obviously, Nvidia has been, I mean, that whole sector has been really good. Like most of all the tech stocks have been just, running like crazy all year long. So whether it's going to happen, keep happening, you know, what's going to happen with China. So I don't have a macro view. Somebody else here may have more of a macro view of what they think is, but it's just an opinion, of course. But I have really no opinion on the microchips. I'm only interested in mainly intraday stuff. So, but again, somebody in this room who maybe takes a more longer term or view of the market or looks at individual sectors might have an opinion. The problem with that though is that, okay, it depends how active your scan would be, Shakespeare. Okay, because if I let's just say it did change to YCBD and now I'm looking and all of a sudden it just changed immediately, because a new symbol showed up. To me, that would be a real pain. Okay. because it wouldn't necessarily be, I wouldn't necessarily want to have it change while I'm looking at it. Now, there is a way to have things load automatically if you use the surfing. I don't use surfing, but what surfing does, and I think it's just causing my machine to go a little crazy too. What surfing does, if you have top list windows up and running, okay, top list window, T windows, what it will do, it'll go through every top list window that you have, and it'll look at the top three as you have them sorted. So imagine this was a top list window. It's not, it's a multi-strategy window. So if I had it on surfing, it would load that one, then it would load the next one. Now they would be different. The topless window doesn't have duplicates, so it would load the top three, and then it would move to the next topless window it had, and it would automatically load the top three, and on and on and on. It would keep doing that over and over and over again. Okay, so that is one way, but it does not do it for an alert window, if that makes sense. So if I do this, let's see if it where it moves to. Yeah, Barry's watch list. I can't see it for some reason. Oh, this is yeah. So it went to SAI. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. It's jumping around. So right now it's on my. It's going well. It also, if you have the AI, it'll look at the top three as you have them sorted in our AI. And then also, if you have a price alerts window open, it'll look at the top three of those. I don't know why it's doing this, and it'll just keep cycling through them all until you tell it to stop, or you click on us, or you click on the. Why is it doing this? So I don't know if I've confused the heck out of you, but so if you have top list windows open, it will take a look at it'll load that one, go to, then beyond, and then SAI, go to the next top list window. And if so, it depends how many top list windows you have, and then it'll go back to the first one. And you can just kind of sit back and let the system load for you if you want, but only top list windows. Yeah, so in order to tell it to stop, I mean, this is just a toggle, okay, on and off. Okay, so here it's idea surfing. So this is just a toggle. So now I can stop it. And if I do have it up and running and I want to stop it, all I have to do is click on the well, for a while, pause it anyway, because sometimes you might see a chart that you want to have an extended look at, because I think it runs through. I think it's every 4 seconds it'll load a chart. But if I want to see this chart for longer, obviously than say 4 seconds, I just click on the stop on it, and you see how it's. Well, I won't. I was going to point with my finger, but you can see that it says pause now. The minute I move off the chart, it'll resume again. Okay, so when you go to the chart, it'll pause it, and if I click on an alert, it'll stop it. Okay, I don't use this. I mean, it's not bad if you have a few topless windows on and you're just kind of saying, man, I'm not getting too many things from my alert windows. You can sit back and let the system load charts for you, and who knows, maybe it picks something that you wouldn't normally have seen. So I don't know if I've caught up. I've had a lot more questions than I normally have. I don't know if I've caught up on all of the questions. I apologize if I haven't. Maybe just repost. How active of an alert window do you have? You're talking about, trying to scalp, okay? What is your definition of scalping? What is your stop and what is your target? Thank you, Shakespeare. I appreciate that. And remember, everybody, this is a free room, okay? And this is like this Monday to Friday. Obviously, not next Monday. We have a market holiday, and this is the format between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, live on the mic, sharing my screen. The main room is actually open a little bit earlier. I would say maybe around between 7:30 and 8. I'm not in it. I'm not sharing my screen or live on the mic until 9. But you can come into the main room usually around 7:30, between 7:30 and 8 Eastern time, and you can converse amongst yourselves. But I don't get on the mic until 9 o'clock. Just give me a moment. A moment, guys. Okay, guys. Let's see. What time is it? 10:54. You should use my code. You'll get 25% off Shakespeare. So, what I would do is this: go to our homepage. So go to the homepage. Go to the homepage. Click on the homepage, and just say exactly what you want. Need help? Click on the need help. Say I have. You want to upgrade to premium? You want to use my promo code, okay, for 25% off. Obviously, it's better than 23. So ask the question. Just give me your email address, okay? Just give them your email address so they can look up your account, and then they'll take care of you. All right. Okay, guys, listen, again, if I haven't answered your question, I've been scrolling through and I think I've answered every question, but if I haven't, just please just do a repost. I do apologize if I haven't got to your question. You don't care about the money. All right. I'd like to hear that. Okay, Smitten, perhaps we don't have to have every single thought in your head, okay, like to the moon SNTG. The reason is that sometimes, we're sort of getting jammed up in the specific stocks only. I know it's a specific stock you're talking about, but probably didn't have to put to the moon SNTG, okay? Just to, trying to, the enthusiasm is there, of course. So here is our man, oh man. I mean, it's just so that blew through that. I mean, we're looking at last time I looked at this, I mean, so wrapped up and that's okay. Support is fine. I mean, it's a trading and support room, and that's fine. I have just I just been waiting for one of these and nothing is happening yet. May not happen at all today. But the last time I looked at this, I was wondering, okay, if it could take out 350. Well, obviously 350 is way past that now. And then your next high, nobody's saying it's gonna get up here to 962, but that is your next high in the weekly chart. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is showing me the hot price, and this column is showing me what the potential for the open would be. So if you're in this one now, what you want to see is a number greater than the hot price, which you're seeing right here. That doesn't mean it's going to open at 596. You see how this changes, but this gives you a clue about, well, first of all, probably will it open higher than the hot price? More than likely. Now, my guess, yeah, that you see, this one would have shown up obviously for sure in the combo scan, except guess what? Doesn't trade options. Zero doesn't trade options. So this is not an optionable stock. Otherwise, this would be almost for sure would have shown up here, but it's just not an optionable stock. So let me explain a couple of things here, especially if you're new. So what TradeIt is we are a scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that you can buy, but we are great at scanning. So what is the difference? So let's take a look at the momentum scan that I've got here. And I right click on it, click on configure, and then click on the summary. That's what you do on any scan, okay? You want to see what a scan is looking for? That's what you do. You right click, configure, summary. So this is what this scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is time sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So that's what happened with SUP at 11:01, and the price was 315. Okay. Now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, I mean, that's what I like to see. But of course, I realize that's not what necessarily you want to see. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Now, I should say this. I mean, the minimum volume I have here is 100,000, but typically, when we click on these, unless it's later on in the day, it's usually trading way more than that. That's just a minimum. Okay, but you might, when you get used to using trade ideas, maybe there's a filter that you'd like to add. Maybe you take one out that you don't care about. Completely up to you, but this is what I like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. Instead of, so if you right click, excuse me, and configure, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So exactly the same thing as I talked about with our guide. Do not get hung up on how many of these real-time alerts that you see, and I'll scan down to the filter section. You do not have to learn them all. The two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. I don't know them all. I don't care about 95% of them probably. I just pick the ones that I like. I really, to be honest, I just use the new high and the new low of the day. That's the only alerts that I use. But, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. And if I keep scrolling down, uh, get down to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Okay, the same thing. You don't have to learn them all. Again, the only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would probably not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that for the majority of our customers who wanted to create a scan, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But again, don't get hung up. Like, you look at this linear regression divergence, you think, I don't know what that means. Don't use it. Okay. If you're used to trading, you might see some filters here that you're aware of, and maybe you're going to use them. Okay. But don't get hung up on all that. Okay. It's just that we've got so many, but again, don't get hung up. Common, I don't want to say complaint or just observation. Your program is too hard to use. I can't learn all these alerts and filters. You don't have to. Okay. How do I give an order to take profits? So are you using Brokers Plus, Amiri? Like when this is a question there, YouTube room. So I'm not sure I understand. Well, I understand the question, but like, are you using Brokers Plus and now you're in a trade and now you want to take profits? You can either flatten the trade if you want. So if you were in a, let me just take this one. Okay. I'll get into the simulated account. Whoops. So if I took this trade right here, just for argument's sake, I'll take 500 shares of this and I'll just buy it. I'm just showing you how to use the simulator. So if I want to take profits right now, I can just flatten it. Okay, just flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. If I want to take half off, I could click the half. That will get me out of half my trade. Or if I want to, if depending how many shares I got, if I want to get out of it, like not half, I could pick how many shares I want to trade and pick the price I want to get out at. Okay, so that means you're using some kind of a strategy, right? Because you want to keep 50% of your profit. You're using some kind of a strategy that you're using? Because you could put well, you don't even have to be using a strategy. I mean, right here, let me just see here. I don't use this at all, okay? Okay, let me get back into a trade here. Oops. Okay, so now no, 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 no. See, I'm not a user of this, okay? But let's add a target order. Oops. I thought there was a way in which I could well, if you wanted to put, okay, target order, okay, whatever 50% means to you, for instance, okay, add a target order. Let's say I'm in this, okay, so I'm in this trade at 315, okay, and if 50, would you say I want 50% profit? I mean, what does that mean? Um, but if you put a target order here to get out, but you only want to get out of 50%, not sure how you would do that. You could put a target order, say, I'll put 345, but let me just do something here. There we go. No, I don't see a way in which you can I don't think so, right, Pepe? Are you talking about getting out of the trade when it's a 50%, like getting out of your like the entire trade with a 50% profit? Because then that's easy because then you have to know where that 50% profit area is, and then you just put the target order in, right click. It's just like I did. If that is your 50%. Yeah, see, I don't know if you can do if we Pepe, there's probably not a way to do that, right? Well, you can get rid of half your trade right there as long as you know where that 50% mark is. You want to take 50% profit, then you just click on the half. The problem is if you put this in as a stop order right there, it'll get you out of your entire trade, say at 345, okay? Which is obviously not 50%. I don't know. I don't think there's a way to automate taking out half at a 50% profit to automate it. The only thing I would do is this, I mean, it's not going to be exact, is maybe put a price target at the 50%, a little less than the 50% mark. I mean, how many trades would you be in? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, okay? Mary, how many trades at the same time would you be in? Because this is what I would do. If you really want to take out half, let's just say that this was the 50% mark, 345. Then what I would do is I would probably put a price alert, maybe at 340, just a little, if that was the 50% area. Okay. So I know it's getting close, and then I can make my mind, okay, do I want to get a half my trade? I could just get half, take half. Okay, I would click the half button and then you're out very close to that 50%. I don't think there's a way in which you can take out just 50% and continue when it hits your 50% profit target, if you understand what I mean. Chris might know. I don't know if Chris is listening to me. He's used that would be half automatic then, okay? Half automatic. I mean, getting a price alert a little ahead of the 50% profit target that you're looking at, getting the price alert, and then deciding right then and there, do I want to get out of the trade? And then you click half, you got a half your trade at that 50%. Yeah, look at I see Bitcoin's taking a bit of a hit here. Well, a hit. I mean, it's still 42,000, but it's actually negative for the day. And looking at WGMI, this is an ETF for Bitcoin, for the Bitcoin miners. Okay, Smith, maybe not again everything in your head, okay, to post in this room, like won't hold this far into the run. It's easier. Maybe you don't have to post everything, okay? It just sort of jams up the room. So I see SNTG did open. So it did have a bit of a pop up, but then it's dropped a bit here. The gentleman that was having problems not getting any alerts in their windows, where we thought maybe you hadn't signed the exchange agreements. Are you still in the room? And did they help you? Or the person, I shouldn't assume a gentleman, the person who was having those problems, are you still in the room? It was the exchange agreements? Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right, guys, 11:15. Now, VS is the one that did the reverse split today, 1 for 16. So I don't think that's the float. I think we divide that by 16 anyway. So it's going to be less than a million in the float, looks like. And this is VS. Draw, you posted that in the pre-market, I believe, that the reverse split, excuse me, the reverse split is effective today. There it is, the 1 for 16 reverse split. So let's see if this gets going. And again, be awfully careful because that float now is not 6.3 million. It's going to be at least divided by 16. Well, you could do history, okay? The first question, I would like to pull the whole list of stocks that. Now, if it's a huge number of alerts you're getting, because you can take a look. I haven't loaded. I'm assuming it's an alert window. If you right click and then click on history, okay, and then you click your time frame. So if you want to go 30 days, you could just get that time frame with the calendar. Now, I will warn you though. I mean, if it's an extremely active alert window, it's going to take a long time to load, and I think your maximum is 1,000. Okay, number one. Okay, that's cool, Smitten. Okay, so I'll take a look at it. Okay, so that is not showing up for me. Okay, it's saying I cannot find that. So I don't know if it's a correct cloud link or yeah, but you can select the time frame. Okay, so history and go to the time frame, and what'll happen is so pick the time frame you're looking for using the calendar. Say okay, and then it'll start to load, and then you'll have to keep clicking more, 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 more. You see where it says more? You'll have to. That won't be if you've got a lot in say 30 days. You'll have to keep clicking the more. Ah, okay. Thank you. Oh, and it's a top list. Well, that's even different. You can't really do an effective history on a top list, okay? Not the same way as an alert window. You can only do one date and time, okay? It's not really the function of a top to do. Yeah, you can change it. Well, okay, an alert window is I call it's an event, okay? So if here's the alert window here. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So this is what we call we've created the event. This is the event. All the filter values have to be met and the stock makes a new high for the day. That's the event. We get a real-time alert. A top list window is more for, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay. They don't have to be, you could see a stock that's up 100% or 200%, but it could be dropping. It's not making a new high, but it's a list of stocks that are maybe the top gainers of the day, the top losers of the day, the highest relative volumes of the day. It's more of a list. You're taking stocks and you're ranking them according to the, if I load this one again, what I use in the pre-market as an example. Okay, so this is now giving me a list. So if I want to find the stock up the most today, change from the close, I just double left click, okay, on this I just double left click, and now this is ranking those stocks. So SNTG, it's up the most, but it's not making a new high now, is it? I mean, it's actually, well, it almost was, but these don't have to be making new highs to be at the top, to be the ones that are at the high of the list. In this particular case, it just happens to be, okay? But I can click on any one of these column headers, and if I want to see the stocks that like the floats, if I want to see the stocks that are the lowest floats in this list, there they are. This FLJ 43,000. Hard for me to believe that's the correct float, but here they are. Okay, so that is the purpose of a top list window. Again, want to find the stocks that are up the most, what stocks have changed the most dollar wise. Okay, that's the purpose of a top list window. Now, I could take this top list window and I could turn it into an alert window. And how to do that? Well, let me just get back here to the change from the close. Okay, so I'm going to break this top list window out of this dock it's in. Okay, I'm going to right click and I'm going to duplicate into a free floating window. So now it's free floating. It's popped up on my other monitor. Oh, guys, having a tough time moving things here. I think I have too many things going on. Let me close this. So if I wanted to turn this into an alert window, so watch what I do. So if I right click, collaborate. Actually, let me make sure. I haven't done this for a while. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. I know what I've done wrong. Just having real lag problems here, guys. I've got too many things going on. Ah, just give me a moment, okay? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I just had to. Okay, so you start off with your alert window with your top list window. Okay, you right click and then you go to the collaborate and you don't worry about this. Okay, this custom symbol list, but don't worry about all that. Copy all. Okay, so I've copied the filters that are in here. That's the goal. So you don't have to recreate it from scratch. And then click on new alert window. Okay, and just say okay. So now you've got an alert window. Oh, sorry guys, frustrating here. Here we go. So I've got this alert window. I'm sorry that I'm trying to drag things around and I'm just having this lag. So right click, collaborate again, and now paste. So we copied and now we're pasting. So now what's happened now, of course, you would give it another name. Okay, obviously give it another name. But now what's happened is if I look here, see, these are the filters that I had here. The price is a dollar, 10,000 shares, 3%. If I look here, right click, configure, these are the same filters here. Now you've got to pick a trigger. Never mind this heartbeat. Maybe pick the, if I want to pick the new high, wow. Okay. So what I've done is I took this topless window and I turned it into an alert window. It's just a time saver. Okay. I mean, obviously I could have recreated the alert window from scratch, knowing what these filters were. You know, I mean, there were only three here. So, I mean, I could have easily done this from scratch. Okay. But if you've got a topless window that's got a lot of different filters in it, you know, it's maybe it's a little bit easier just to copy those filters and then paste them in to a new alert window. Does that all make sense? Then you can, then you can do the history. Then you can do the history, and now you can pick your time frame, okay, and then go back. But again, if you've got a very active alert window, you'll be clicking that more button over and over and over again. And I believe you only have 1,000 that you can put in. Okay. Ah, that's what I need right now, a cafe au lait. Um, yeah, so unfortunately you can't really do that, okay? Now we do have it again, we can't really do exactly what you're looking for, but you can do something like this. If I right click configure and then click on search, and I'm going to click on opening or not, I'm going to type in opening. Okay. So we do have these range break. So when you say the opening candle of the day, what time frame are you talking about? Obviously, you can pick the time frame you want. Okay. We've got 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. Okay. So it depends on, okay, 1 minute. Well, that's good. Okay, so you can get an alert when a candle breaks the opening range. Doesn't mean it's going to close above it though. That's the problem. Okay. So obviously what could happen, it could break it and then it could come right back down below it and not close above it. Now you'll get a lot of, well, depends on the other filters you've got. You'll get a lot of alerts, of course, if you're just using a 1 minute opening range break. You'll get a lot of alerts depending on the other filters you have in place. Okay? You can try it, but I would really, I would probably really want to have a, decent amount of volume. I don't know what price range you want because otherwise you'll be inundated with alerts. So this SNTG. There was no news for this one, right? I mean, the news is this: China low float. That's the news. Okay, somewhere in the world, probably in China. Probably some group has got a hold of this today, and they've said, let's attack this one today. So there's, I don't think there's any news. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:31. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. I see the VS had a bit of a move here. Yeah, doubt if we're going to get anything in this one, guys. The abnormal. Now, I was in the middle of explaining my trading style and why I wanted to explain about the abnormal option activity, etc. So again, the way I trade, I'm only looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So we have a great filter, the relative volume filter. So when I most of my scans have a minimum relative volume of 3. Okay, that means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to the time of day. The time right now is 11:32 Eastern time. So that's the first way I find stocks that are trading abnormally, and that's based on volume, of course. The second way I find stocks that are trading abnormally is by checking their option volume. Now, I don't trade options, but if I can combine the two of them, the fact that a stock is trading abnormally volume-wise plus option volume is abnormal, then I think, those are stocks that we really should look at. So in this particular scan, this abnormal option activity scan, and this is the way it's color coded. Do we have? Okay, so if it was light green, light blue, that is a suggestion, an idea to go long, and if it's in brown, an idea to go short. Okay, that's the way this is color coded. And I have other filters in place, but the minimum number of contracts has to be 500 contracts total. And that would have to represent at least 1.5 times normal, 150%. Okay, so for instance, if I look at up right now, UP, I can see right now, it's meeting the criteria. 672 contracts have traded. It's over 500, obviously, and 1.5 times normal, 158%. So that's why this is showing up here. And so what we noticed is a while back. I mean, I love my 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, and I love the abnormal option activity. And what we were noticing a while back is that if the same symbol was in, if I could look at ADI, if I looked at ADIL, was it also over here? Okay. And we were finding that if the same symbol were in these two and were in the abnormal option, then that was a stock to really pay attention to. Okay. And so Pepe came up with the scan that basically combined these two so that you don't have to then go through this list and check over here, is that symbol in here also? And we found that this list was a really, really good watch list for the day. Unfortunately, nothing has triggered in this list today. Usually we get 4 or 5 a day, but today, just one of those days, we're not getting anything in this particular scan. I haven't seen that before, but it's just one of those days. And that's why I really, really pay attention to those two, because that couples stocks that are trading really abnormally. They've either broken out to the upside or broken down to the downside. Okay, on a 10-day daily breakout, the relative volume here, I mean, it's 8. I mean, so that's why I'm not getting very many alerts in here. I've got it. It's a high relative volume, but just one of those days, just not getting anything in that scan. Yes. It's on my website, on my homepage, as I call it, my homepage. So click on my homepage link, and we may get something later on. I mean, we may get something later on, but typically, I would say the majority of alerts, and we don't get very many anyway, are by now. And that's okay. I mean, days like that, I just back off trading. Now, I would have loved to have been in the SN. I was doing too many other things to pay attention to, these ones, the the SNTGs. But again, if you click on my homepage link, let me start to delete some of these. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down to the center section, my scans, and then at the bottom right, that's that. There it is, right there. Okay. And it is Andy today. Andy just confirmed to me that it'll be him today. Well, the thing is, Cafe, we one of the things we don't do is the ability to check previous candles, highs and lows. Okay. So if I'm saying, so that's the problem, to refer to previous candles, highs and lows. That's the problem. We do have let me just say, we do have a continuation, but again, if you're just looking for a stock that breaks that 1 minute high, the opening candle, and then closes above it, I'm almost sure that there's no way. Let me just look at the consecutive. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for, yeah, the continuation, 2 minute continuation. We don't even have 1 minute. I've never used this one. So this is like three candles. Yeah, the first 2 minute candle, the next one kind of pauses, and then the next one continues. It looks like this should be an awesome alert, but I've never. I think even Real has tried this one. It just doesn't give us what we're looking for, because this is sort of like a red bar ignored. But we are not able really to refer to, for instance, people have said, show me when a stock breaks the highest candle of the day or the biggest volume of the day, things like that. We just don't. We're just unable to refer to previous volume bars and previous candles like that. But maybe Shady's got something, but I don't think so. All right, so we had an hour down. Now let's see what happens here. We've got a green candle forming. Let's see if this we see if this sort of, now in the past couple of days we've seen giant red candles, not so much orderly like four in a row down necessarily. We've seen giant red candles, and then we've seen the next one a giant green candle. But let's see what happens now. Let's see if this is the bottom for a while. Meanwhile, that CYTK, I mentioned this one earlier. This actually has, I think, a $100 price target on it. The takeover, Needham is saying maybe even a takeover target. raised its price target to 108 from 60. Now, does that mean it's going to get there? All right, guys, in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. Okay, guys. MEGL. Let's take a look at MEGL. The Magic Empire Global Limited, another low float, 8.4 million in the float. This is out of Hong Kong. Okay, MEGL. Big relative volume. So again, guys, if I could have paid a little more attention to what was going on overall, so you can see my 10-day daily breakout, and you can see now, are they all going to be rocket ships? Probably not, but let's take a look at what it produced today. Okay, so there's SXTC. This is the alert at 9:30. Now the DR stands for don't repeat. And I've got both the versions in on my homepage. It actually says don't repeat. And so why I do it like this is that I like to see where the first alert happened, the time and the price. This is this in this side, this is the repeating version of the scan. Okay. But I like to have it over here because then I can click on the alert. So I'll click on SXTC right now. And okay, what did it do from that first alert at 6:15? Now, I think this one, I mean, it got up to 640, but no, nothing dramatic in my opinion. CJA 931, 353 was the alert. And you know where I'm going with this. So 353 was the alert. I mean, it got up to 404. I mean, I'm not saying you could have got it right at 353 and sold it right at 404, but if you could have got 30 odd cents out of it, wouldn't have been bad. The ADTX, the first alert was a 935, 687. Of course, that ripped higher, 850. And of course, this is the star of the day. At 948, 265, And of course, right now we're in the we got up to what, 8? Got up to 840. And then there's the ADIL 1023. The alert was at 230. And what did it get up to? Yeah, it didn't really move that much. So obviously we had two huge rocket ships here, the SNTG and the ADTX. And you can see that, we don't get too many alerts in a scan like this. And that the reason being is that my relative volume is 8. Other filters in place, but the relative volume is 8. And this is a 10-day daily breakout. So what that means is the stock has to be, if you look on a chart, it has to be above the high of the last 10 days. So there's that filter, there's the relative volume filter, and that's exactly the reason we don't get too many. The GFI was on the way down. I can see right off the bat, it probably didn't move that much further down. And sometimes this, believe it or not, used to be my favorite scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. We used to, I don't know, 3, 4 months ago, when I would get one in here, I'd be all over it because we would see some stocks, especially stocks that were near their all-time lows. We would see stocks that are just, horrible news, CEO turfed, or just, bad data if it was a bio, or just some really bad news. And we get this here, and it would just continue to move down. That used to be my favorite. I haven't seen it quite like that in the last several months, though. It's so scans change. In other words, what can work, what you think works great does not necessarily work great forever. Erica, I haven't seen SSNT today. The problem, or not the problem, but the reason probably is the relative volume, but that's probably an all-time high, right? It's been just, yeah, another all-time high. Yeah, so the relative volume, I mean, it's not bad. It's 2.4, but my minimum volume is 3, or my minimum relative volume in all my scans is 3. So that's why it's not showing up. But yeah, that float, I mean, that's just been on a tear. I mean, look what happens. It maybe if it takes out yesterday's high, it might get still rolling again, which is almost 18. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade if it hits 18, but I want to know about it. Captain Para, you're back. Good to see you again. And I should always start off with, welcome to the room. Anybody who's new, welcome to the room. And again, this is the format between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Now, the room is usually open till 4. Okay, William has very graciously, because I usually take off just after 3 o'clock. I always stick around if there are questions. But William in our room has graciously kept the room open till 4. Probably only to 3:30 today, though. On Fridays, it's usually 3:30. Here's another one on the move here, guys. It's more not a very low relative volume, but another one on the move. Iris, Happy New Year. A little early, but hey, Happy New Year, Iris, in our YouTube room. So look what happened, guys. Look what happened with the MEGL. I'm not a big indicator guy, okay? You'll notice my charts have very few indicators on them, but on my daily chart, I certainly have the 200-day moving average, and I'm always totally aware where that is. Look what happened with MEGL. Got right into it. And that blue line right there, you can see that it got right into it and it stopped. Doesn't mean it's going to stop forever, but if I had been in this trade, say, around the 111 mark, as it was approaching this 200-day, I would have been taking some off for sure. Because I think most traders will look at that and go, well, I better take off a little bit before it hits that and save some just in case it pops through. Interesting. This is actually a red bar ignored on the weekly chart for Morpheus or Morphosis. Okay. Look at this on the weekly chart. So beautiful uptrend on the weekly chart. And we have last week, we have a red bar that is, let's see what's the high there, 985. Yeah, okay, so it's not technically it's not, but almost. So you're here sometimes you hear us refer to a red bar ignored or a green bar ignored. So the theory is this: you have an uptrend, then you have a red bar. It doesn't matter the time frame. You have a red bar that is totally engulfed by the previous green bar. Now this is not exactly because the high there is 985 and the high there was 981, but it's very, very close. And then the next bar is green, breaking above the high of that red candle. Okay, and that would be your potential entry. So again, just think about it like this: you've got an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. There you go, Trevor. So are you actually using? I haven't used it for so long. The reason being is that I wanted more filters, but are you actually using the RBI GBI? You must be. I haven't used it for so long. How would it have happened on? Oh, it was an RBI five, not a 15. Okay, let's take a look. So let me change this to a 5-minute time frame. Yeah, so that I see what happened here. That little, yeah, it's a little bit misleading. I guess they refer to that as the red bar, right? So you have the uptrend and then that bar right there at 11:35. It's not quite. If you know what, if I expanded this, maybe we'll get a sliver of. Yeah, you know what? There's just that if I really, really expand you can just sort of see a sliver of red there. So that's why. So yeah, I mean that would have been a red bar ignored on the fi- so then your trigger would have been right around there, 1021. Yeah, would have been nice. Vespula or Vespula. Um, okay, so the question is, why is the spy chart locked and the rest of them are not? So, I want, of course, when I click on GANX, I want that symbol to load in all these different time frames, but I don't want it to load in the spy chart. So let me get back to the 15-minute. Oh, basically just two options, okay? If you right click on the chart and go to properties, you see it says symbol linking, and the symbol linking is checked. Now, it should say the default should be linked to all. Also, if you hover over symbol linking, this box probably will pop up, and it should be checked link to all. Also, okay, that's the default. So the symbol linking is checked in these three. And if I go to the SPY chart, properties, the problem is it's popping up on my other monitor, so you can't see. But if I basically, it's just this. Okay, just uncheck it. Oops, go to the properties, and then you go to the properties, and then you just uncheck the symbol linking. Okay, so that's what I've done in the SPY chart. I can't show it to you because that little box here is popping up on my other monitor. I mean, if I go up here, you'll see it exactly. I'll just do a chart window. So just right click, go to the properties, and you see how symbol linking is unchecked? Okay, and that's it. Now, with everything with trade ideas, don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. Like a change like this, if you don't say, even if you think it's a minor change, you have to save your work at the end of the day. Now, one of the easiest ways to do it is if I right click, I don't want to do this because sometimes it destroys my link to interactive brokers. If you click on exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your, I can't remember the exact message, but something like, if you say yes, then it'll save all your work. And then when you load trade ideas again, ooh, sorry. When you load trade ideas again, it'll load your the last layout you used. Okay, so don't forget to save your work. Now it's 11:58, guys. I've got to get out of here almost. So before I do that, let me just put the announcement in. So on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, that's number one. Number two is I'll put the YouTube link in the room. So you can head over and listen to Andy for his hour. Oops. Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open to maybe 3:45. And you know what, guys? I mean, that's really a nice thing William does. I know a lot of you, it's just almost too much for me to go 7 hours. So, and to be honest, a lot of times, if I can have that, I hear you, Andy. Just give me a moment. Um, a lot of times, between the 3 and 4 periods, sometimes I can do a little trading on my own, but I do appreciate William keeping the room open to most days till 4, and sometimes a little later, depending on earnings. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now in the main room. So I'll see you guys in about an hour. Andrew.
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm really good. How are you?
All right, doing good.
Now you were supposed to be off today.
No, I'm gonna be off next week, starting. I guess I think like Wednesday. I'll be gone for like a week going skiing. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but I'm around.
Oh, I thought I read somewhere that you tried to put a personal time off and it didn't take effect on, or you put
Well,
it in
no, I
too
was
late.
trying to take the day after Christmas, but I got it in too late on Friday, I guess, and Sherry didn't see it. So you know
Oh,
what,
I
it wasn't
see.
that big of
Okay.
a deal. I thought my mom
Okay.
was going to be staying with me, but she stayed with my sister. So yeah, it was cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's happened today for you trading wise? Anything interesting or?
Yeah, it was real interesting. It's always interesting when you got about 18 positions and you get a move like that in the market. but but profitable. I held some of that FSR overnight and
Yeah.
scalped most of it, but I had a little bit left. I just bought some more on a pullback, but boy, it's not wanting to bounce. So just kind of may be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what about now the market's had a bit of a downturn for an hour. I know it looks like it's trying to recover a little bit. Did that affect any of your positions?
Yeah, it did. It did. Of course, I've been there's some like Path. I mean, the art stocks
Mhm.
got hit hard, and
Right.
but I've been in them for a while, so and toast. I've been in that one a while, so I'm just trying to sit through these moves, and hold on to a little portion.
So Andy, for the longest time, you and Steve, I know you guys are, well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so it's not
Hmm.
even that you're way more of the swing trader than I'm not at all. So, but you guys have been saying for the longest time that swing trading has not been easy. But has that
It
really kind of changed for you over the
well,
last
well, well,
month?
yes, of course. Yeah, I have done really well over the last, say, 6 weeks. I mean, just
Okay,
SPY.
okay,
It's when it gets like what we saw over here is when it gets really tough. But no, this has been a great move. Uh,
yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm
yeah,
happy for you guys. Because I know it's hard for you guys to sit in front of a computer like I do all day long, and even if you wanted to, you couldn't,
right.
because you
Oh
got other
yeah,
things on the go. So,
exactly, exactly. So,
but what I do is way more fun. Ha!
yeah, I know. I did it. I
It's
did it for.
exciting,
I
man.
did it
It's
for
exciting.
17 years, Barry.
I know you did. I know
So
you did.
it is. It's a lot more exciting, and I try to still, dabble a little bit in it. But oh gosh, my shot. Let's see. Is this thing gonna try
All
to?
right, my friend.
Yeah, Barry.
I'll see
Take.
you in about an hour then. Okay.
All right, bud.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Okay. Thanks. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, traders. All right, this is the support session. My name is Andy, and if you have any questions about the software, you need anything asked, answered for you, drop it in here, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We can always talk stocks. I'm hoping this FSR will get maybe have another move here. We'll see. I did. I scalped out most of it, then I added some more on a pullback, and we'll see. Oh, thank you, Trading Pennies. Appreciate it. Hi, BB. Hi, Wolfhound. So yeah, what I was saying is, if you guys want to talk stocks, want to talk anything at all, we can, markets. Just give you a hi, Kalis. A question. I got some 20 floating windows. How do I? Let me see if I can get this stupid. How do I move this stupid? Okay, how do I minimize all the same time and open them at the same time? Uh, yeah, what you want to do is you can do it in a container window, like a docked window. You can build your layout in a docked window, but that can be, kind of cumbersome. But so what I like to do is just if you find the collapse key on your toolbar, okay, the minimize, the minus sign, whatever you want to call it, dash, you just click on that, and that's going to drop all your windows. And then to pull them back up, just go down here and click on the toolbar icon, and that's going to bring them all back up again. So that's the easiest way. But it's really, if you don't have them in a container window, like a docked window, which you'll be doing the same process. You'd be collapsing it just like you would a web browser. So I hope that helps you there, Magi. Am I not showing my screen? Am I showing the wrong one or something? Or can you guys see my main screen here? My cursor's moving around. Okay, Steve fixed it. Okay, I thought I did that when I came in. It was like that. It must have hopped over. Thank you, Steve. All right. Yeah, make sure I get some other questions I was asking. Okay, great, Magi. I'm using your second name, so that's much more cooler to say. Uh, okay. Thank you, Peppy. I appreciate that. All right, this is the last trading day of the year. I thought we may get a rally. We still have time, to all-time highs. Just we got so close in the SPY. I thought we may be able to do it. It may be a hard ass today. That would be a pretty big rally all the way from 474 to basically 480. Doesn't mean we can't, and it could. It might do it in the last 30 minutes, but Marius, no, I am not using Interactive Broker. I do have an account there, but I'm not trading that lately. I've traded several different places. Interactive Broker, just for a very short time, I opened up an account there. The thing about it is, when you uh, my style of trading, I don't really need fast, executions, and I want free commissions because even though I'm a swing trader, I'm a very active swing trader. The SPY is just going to lows here, but it's got that 10, just wants to tag that 10 period moving average, probably 473.30. So that may be the target it's looking for. But yeah, right now I got an account at Schwab that I'm trading free commissions, and I got an account at Merrill Lynch that I'm trading. It's just attached to the Bank American account, free commissions. So I prefer free commissions when I'm doing the style of trading. Like I said, I don't need fancy routes and fast execution with my style. So, but I've traded a lot of direct. I traded for Centerpoint for about uh, 7 years, and that's a great outfit. I mean, if anybody are looking, and they are in Canada now, if you're in Canada, but great customer service. Uh, they have the most incredible short book and routes. If you are looking for good routes, they have some really good ones over there. What are my thoughts? Let's see. I mean, Marius, see, are you using something where you could check borrows on? No, I don't. I don't short. Uh, I'm just. I have, been a short seller, back in my day trading days. But for swing trading, if I'm going to put on a short, I'll just go buy an ETF like a TZA. You know, TZA. If I'm going to look, short the financials, maybe I'll jump in a FAS. Uh, but I don't like hold. I'm always afraid of holding stock short overnight. You just don't know what you're gonna wake up to. And look at that time, man. Whew, it's nice, nice setup there. But yeah, if you're a big short seller, I would definitely look into Centerpoint. I would look into Trade Zero has good short book. Uh, I've never traded with them, so I can't give you personal advice, but I know a lot of people do. Yeah, maybe some of the other people can help you. Let's see, I just read something. Who up on a platform right now? Who can see borrows? And really, Marius, that center point with through trade ideas, they're allowing you to open one for 30,000, $30,000. I think that's still in effect. I have I'm liking China right now. I'm just liking what I'm seeing. You may be seeing some rotation. I'm heading into the new year. I definitely have some like this Go 2 that I bought this morning at 356. I'm in Tau. Uh, I mean, also in EDU, it's not on my screen, but I just bought small size. I didn't get it on my screen, and I'm in the FXI, but Neo, Lee, JD, you can see. Yeah, you can see I've uh, been in some China stocks for a few days. Yeah, TZA. I think Steve bought that the other day. He put a little alert just in case this FSR pops above this, back above this 10 period moving average. K-Web is leading the sector analysis on the top there. UNG. I nibbled some UNG the other day, basically flat in it. I'm sorry, a boil. Looks like it's trying to bottom, but gosh, I don't even know why I did it. But let me see. Punit, what are your thoughts on coin? I'm sorry. Coin. Oh, there goes FSR. Watch that FSR maybe in for another move. Anytime they get this close to their uh, 10 period moving average, it's like a destiny. They wanna hit that level. So I would not be a player in this thing right now. Now, if it comes down here and tags this, what I would do would be set a price alert right down here, just above 169, and see if it goes off. Maybe that would be an interesting uh, entry. And see what was the other YTK. And of course, you definitely want to keep an eye on the sector, see what Bitcoin's doing today. Bitcoin is kind of weak. Uh, Kind of looked like could not break out of this wedge to the upside. Looks like it may be trying to break to the downside. So that would be a concern of mine as far as coin goes. This is why humans, I think, make for better traders than algorithms. There's so many things to look at. The market, the peers, what's the underlying commodity doing. There's just so many things that it's tough to. Oh, SPY just going to go down and hit that number, huh? See, speaking of destiny, what I was just talking about in coin, you see SPY wanting to do that. SPY wants to tag that 10 period moving average. You can learn so much, guys, by being patient and waiting for key levels. And definitely this is a key level. And once again, the SPY is at 173.30. So looks like it may want to go tag that. Peter, I will, a lot of times we'll look at composite ratings. I will definitely, take a look at it. Now, I do have it in my single stock window. You can see stock composite rating in there. So I will, take a look at that for sure. Uh, but no, I don't. I don't go through each morning all the different, composite ratings because I'm looking for setups. I'm looking for setups like this APLT that's on the list today. And let me just put now it's wicking a lot, but stuff that's setting up for a potential move. Uh, but lately, the market has just been hovering. It's just been kind of It's really been tough because I've been finding so many charts in my setups that look good. It's just hard to, just know which one's going to go and which ones aren't. You're welcome, Punit. Uh, I'm sure I'm butchering that. It's probably Pune or something. Trader 77 been very successful using nine. Yes, a lot of people use the nine EMA. I'm a 10 SMA guy, but they're very close, and I've seen them work in both circumstances. So yes, it's very much the same as you stated. Yep, some people swear by it. I've just always used the 10 SMA, and it's worked for me. Uh, okay, FSR. CYTK. I'm sorry. I thought I hit that. Somebody. I think I looked over there. Ah, yeah, I like it. It's not my style, just because it's more of a momentum type trade. I'm looking more of a setup, like it may have looked over here, uh, or even right here. After this push, and then you had a inside doji day. You could be looking for a go, pause, go. You didn't really get a go on this day, but if it had, that would have been a nice setup for me. It's strong. Absolutely. Just you took out, you had another go, pause, and now potentially go there. I think all you can do now is look, and you can't look left because it's at all-time highs. So there's no resistance. So nothing to really stop it other than come, people wanting to take profits. Technically, it's, who knows? But yeah, it's not my style to like, buy something up there. I look for more setup. Now, maybe, what would happen if it, pulled back maybe and started, maybe put a price alert around 80 and see if it can, pull back and then maybe go sideways for a while and set up again. But that's very strong. Let's see, a pullback scan. I think in this market, what a lot of times what you get is stocks that get slammed down to the 20. Uh, Maybe at the opening. Let's just pull back to 20. Here's a pullback to. Let me just type in 20. Okay, pull back above 20, long swing. Let's see. I got one on China here. I could always load that and see, uh, like EH. Of course, that's just kind of going sideways. See if anything else. No, EH is a. Let's go ahead and do this and put in all symbols. And you can see several stocks hit the 20 today. So RITM hit it, but then went through it. FSLY. That one could be interesting if it goes and trades up above, back above the 20. But this something like this, would probably work. This is potentially a good one. It's a kind of gappy, but nonetheless, it filled the gap and is hitting this 20 period moving average. Peloton hit its 20 earlier. Riot, speaking of those stocks that are hitting, so that's brutal. Yeah, these things were due a nasty pullback. But Juniper, if you're looking for like, swing trades, you think the market's going to continue higher, this could be a nice little, that's has potential right there. Shook out all the ones and wicked below the 20, now bouncing. So, something like this, I might come in here and put a price alert above today's high. And maybe, tomorrow path I'm in and it hit its 20. And there you have it. Wicked below. You'll see that a lot, it'll go below it and then pop back up, try to shake all of them out. Upstart. Look at there. Boom. Hit it to a T. So let me share this one. I'll change the name since I took out and this is something that you can use, I think, great for pullbacks. So I took out the China. So I'm just going to put pullback to 20 daily. And I'll share this with you because this could be a really good way to just find opportunity. There you go, Iris. And you can create the same type of scans for the 50-day moving average. You can do it for the 10 period moving average. So, whatever makes you happy there. Speaking of buying pullbacks, this VIPS I bought on this day right here off the 10 period moving average is China stock that was just holding up very well. I knew if China ever got a bounce, this one's going to do really well. And uh, still in. I scalped some, but I'm still in some. But there you go. So, and I was just watching this one. I don't think I had an alert to go off. You're welcome, Iris. Yeah, Marius, I know the float has been an issue, and all I can say is that we're working on it. And uh, float's kind of a weird thing too, because I've seen there was one the other day I was looking at, and it had, can't remember the stock, but I looked at like three different sources, and they all had something different. But all I can say is we're working on it and doing the best we can, trying to get that fixed. Our it's not us, it's our resource that we get it from. So our source, I should say. All right, Peter, let me see. Do some slow, fast stocks require non-standard moving averages? Maybe trying to fit one of those stocks, base. Peter, I don't know. I think if you find something you like we were talking about earlier, somebody, loves the 9 EMA. I prefer the 10, 10 SMA. Uh, no, I don't think so. I don't think, you can try just something exotic, that may fit for a fast moving, or slow moving stock. Fast moving, they're probably going to be more volatile, so maybe, one might use a 20 period moving average versus a 10, thinking it's going to, be crashing through the 10 a lot, but it's all, let's see, Boyle maybe trying to poke its head up. No, not doing anything. They set our price alert up there, so I will know if it does. I wish the SPY would go ahead and get its little number it's going for. Let's see if it did. Oh, maybe it did. What's the low of that bar? Yep, 30. So it's got its 10 period moving average. Let's see if it can build something off that. Hi, Christine. Yeah, I can imagine what it probably looks like. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice looking setup. Okay, you've had uh, a decent move over the last let's call it 3 or 4 months, and gap up there. I'm not sure what that was about, but now it's kind of worked through this mess and starting to kind of go sideways and trying to poke up. Now it did attempt yesterday and got slapped down. So yeah, I think it would definitely want it through yesterday's high. But yeah, if it does that, typically when I see a pattern like this and uh, especially like a day like yesterday, although it did close on like a couple of week high there, not bad. But what you want to do is to break out of this kind of range and stay and continue higher and not fall back into this range, kind of what it did yesterday. So yeah, but that's not a bad looking chart. But I would, I'd have to see it through yesterday's high. Otherwise, it could just get slapped down and just continue in the range. But speaking of tea, Dish has been one that is, boy, bottomed out, and look at this thing. Good Lord. And I can just kick myself from not buying it through this 4. I think I had an alert that day, and who knows, did it early in the morning. I got busy or something. Let's see, what's that dig? Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if ARC is not running out of steam. Because that's kind of an ugly candle. Of course, it has had a nice run. We'll see what happens. What's Hood doing? It's probably selling off with ARC today as well. Yes, it is. Put alert around here at this 12. Hopefully, You're welcome, Christine. Uh, okay, now the spy, hit its target, so it's there's a good chance, we can see a bounce now here in the market. I always feel better about a potential bounce if something major has been hit. And speaking of 10 period moving averages and why they work for me, this hit the 10 period average to exact T, right at 30. That was the low, but it may not be done. It can roll back over for sure. That's Mavis. That's a blast from the past. Put alert in there just in case it gets back up. Oh, Nokia coming through. Nice rebound in silver after a big gap down. And FSR right back down. It's probably just going to do a doji. Huge volume though. It's a big volume bar. This task is interesting. Speaking of that one we just built, that pull back to 20, you got boot hitting it. Not a bad looking possible entry there. Well, I got that stupid wick down there though. It kind of messes up your trend. Not much happening there. All right. Well, I would say it's Friday and afternoon could be dull, but it is the last trading day of the year, so could be interesting. Gut check. It's at SNT. See, that kind of too extended for me. Let's take a look at some China stocks since that is where the strength is the last couple of days. And I made a little video the other day talking about, as we, and some of y'all probably didn't see it. I think it was probably on our social media stuff, but let's take a look at the spies. And I'm going to just using my experience of what I've seen, in my 26 years of trading. So we've had a huge move over the last, gosh, look how many weeks in a row we've seen a green bar. I mean, this is very uncommon. So you got 4 or 5, you got about 8, 9 weeks in a row of green bars in the weekly chart of the SPY. So you have a lot people sitting in lots and lots of profits out there, and could be a reason why we're not seeing, a sell off recently, because a lot of people are holding on to their stocks because they don't want to incur uh, a tax consequence, or if they sell, okay, they're going to have to pay taxes on those profits for the year. So what they'll do a lot of time is just hold on to those profits, and then once the calendar rolls over, you can take profits because you're in a new year. So basically you're putting off those gains, tax gains, for a whole year. So what you'll see a lot of times is, at the beginning. I'm not saying we're going to start tanking at the beginning of the year, but don't be surprised. I mean, a lot of people come in saying, "Oh boy, new year, let's," and it could explode for a few days. Who knows? But it's always in the back of my mind to be prepared, for some tax selling. So yes, capital gains. Yep, could be some selling in early January. Now, that being said, I think you can look at some of these markets like emerging markets, and this is why I'm going to be focusing a lot on, China and emerging markets, maybe at the beginning of the year, because these are probably being held back because people are taking losses, right? They're able to write that off, your losses, against your gains. Same thing with China. You look at KWeb for the year, just awful, not doing a thing, bleeding pretty much all year. FXI, same thing. And you could probably find some other world markets out there to look at, but uh, I'm going to see, yeah, if there's any rotation, and that's why I'm kind of been nibbling on some China stuff lately, and uh, but we'll see. But we'll just keep that in the back of your mind. Anytime we've had a move like this going into, basically the last 2.5 months. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not either. It wasn't fun watching my blotter, and I actually have a lot more stocks than I have on here. Because what I do a lot of times, I find that if I'm not looking at them, it's easier for me to stay in. So I think I probably have, I don't want to say double, but probably not, probably pretty close to it. But and they may be small size, and I put stops in them, and I try not to watch them, because if I watch them, it's really easy to, take profits. Now, of course, I keep an eye on the downside. I put alerts in my platform, or I just put physical stops, each day for stocks. And I got stopped out of some stuff today, a few things, but that's okay. You have to watch your downside. All right, there you go. The SPY trying to do a bar reversal after hitting its 10-period moving average. And a lot of times, if you're seeing a market like this and you're looking for stocks maybe to pick up that are selling off to a price range that you find attractive, be patient, and let the markets kind of find their supports, where it may bounce. and then dive in. Yeah, Javier, I guess we're bored over here talking about taxes. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, as long as, you can buy and sell as much as you want. Now what you gotta be careful about, is what's called a wash sale. So, seems like I kinda get that quite a bit because I'm active, and will jump in and out of a stock, so, a lot. So, in other words, uh if you have a loss in a stock and you sell it to take that loss against your taxes and you turn around and you buy it in January, they're going to hit you with what's called a wash sale. So you got to be careful with that. And, you do incur penalties. I'm not sure how it's calculated, but no, no. Well, if you're, Javier, you're going to be taxed on just all your profits are going to be taxed on just income, regular income at the end of the year. I don't think it's going to matter, you buying and selling on the same day. Now you have to, obviously have the right amount of money in your account. And seems like, gosh, I haven't done this it's been forever, but if you're a professional trader and you do it for a living, I think there is some benefits. But gosh, it's been so long, I can't remember. But the bottom line is, you're going to be taxed on your profits from trading, and it's going to be taxed as ordinary gains. I mean, I don't think there's no any special tax. You don't have to pay a special tax on top of you know, your profits. So, but talk to your accountant about that. Don't. It's like I said, it's been a long time for me since I was a day trader. Okay, so trading pennies say you on wash sales, you pay on profits and you cannot write off your wash sales. So there you have it. But always consult with you if you have an accountant. They're going to know a lot more than we do, unless of course you are an accountant. Yeah, you didn't pay attention to the wash sales, yeah, and you lost quite a bit. Yeah, I've seen that on mine too, historically, yeah, and yeah, I'd come to the end of the year looking at my broker statement, I was like, "Oh my gosh, what are all these wash sale fees?" No, Javier, I don't know. This is my only gig. A long time ago, Steve and I used to own a company called Today Trader, and we would do pretty much what Barry does. People would come in and watch my screen, and I'd have my blotter up and be trading actively, day trading. And we did that for several years. But we got into distressed mortgage notes. That's so we kind of took our focus away for a while. I was still trading, but was dealing in distressed assets. non-performing mortgage notes. That was an adventure for a couple of years. There you go. Pepe knows. Yeah, it seems like I do remember that, Pepe. Like I said, it's been a long time, but I do remember that mark to market rule. And I think, yeah, you have to like claim trader status. Well, kind of what I was mentioning earlier, where you are a trader for a living. So there's, like I said, contact your accountant and they'll know. Last thing I want you to do is listen to any of us in here and make a mistake. Sorry, guys. Goodness. What I was saying was keep an eye out. Watch this GOTU. Uh, I grabbed it this morning at 356. Got a good price on it just because I was in TAL and I'm also in EDU. Although it's not on my screen, I just got a tiny size of that. But so if these things get going again, it's another Chinese educational play. Uh, and you can see it had a nice move back over here. And typically, when you get a move like that, they, in most cases, will at least attempt one more. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to yell something down uh, to my daughter. Forgot to put it unmuted. All right, if the SPY can get back above the 10-period moving average, uh, so if it can clear this level, say right around here, get back above, take out the like a 1 hour high, get back above that 10-period moving average, we could see some action. This one got hit pretty hard. And right at its 50 here is IONQ, but not a good day for the AI stocks. You got AI down 4.6. PLTR hadn't done anything in a while. I keep trying that, getting stopped out for a small loss, but gosh, looks like this thing's going to roll over. May want to fill the gap. And the big boys, these things really haven't done a whole lot in this whole move. You got Microsoft, had a decent move in November, but boy, December just kind of flat. Amazon kind of the same way. Just can't get anything going. Netflix. So yeah, it's mostly been a smaller cap and ARC stocks. SNTG. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, not bad. Nice wedge there. It could go either way, but yeah. Gosh, dang, what huge volume that. Look at that relative volume. Crazy. Yeah, yeah, it could be Trader 77. And I don't know what well, I know we're rotating in the last couple of days into some China stuff. I'm seeing that, but I'd have to go through the sectors to see what's. And there's a SPY on that alert. That didn't take long. Yeah, let's move it up a little bit. Needs to take out that level. And there goes a path alert that I set.
Hmm.
Hey, Barry, what you
Oh,
doing?
okay. Well,
Yeah.
I've been muttering in the background because I'm busy.
I did not hear the mutter, just heard the grunt. You know?
I even put my little we've got a little cat toy with a chirping bird, but I guess I guess the mic only picks up my voice. Amazing.
Ah,
You
yeah.
know, with that set with the cancellation software I've got. So it's amazing. I mean, I put it right against the mic
Oh,
and it
wow.
was chirping and chirping and chirping. You obviously didn't hear it.
Wow.
Yeah.
As you have a pet bird?
No, no,
Oh.
it was a cat toy
Oh, a
that
cat
makes
toy,
a bird
okay.
sound.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I was squeezing it and right against the mic and it was
Oh,
chirping like
wow.
mad. And
No, I
yeah,
did not hear it.
it's probably well, I know I've talked about this in the past. It's probably one of the best piece of software I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this noise
Man,
canceling
yeah.
software that I use. I
That's
mean, it's
that's
amazing.
incredible.
Yeah, it is. I hear you
Yeah.
talking about wash trades and all, and
Watch
you know,
sale, yeah.
I know the term, but I guess we don't have that in Canada. We just don't have it.
Really? Yeah, you probably
Yeah.
don't. It's a way, they to stop people from taking, tax losses, right? By selling
Hmm.
stocks that are down and then turning around and buying those stocks back at the beginning of the year. So, in other words, they're only doing it to incur,
Mm.
a loss.
So,
Yeah.
oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, are you? So, is this only like at the end of December and early January where this happens, or is it? Can it happen anytime during the year?
Good question. I would think it would only be year end, but I guess if it's incorporated and you pay quarterly taxes, I don't
Oh,
know
I
if
see. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Okay,
yeah, that
yeah.
would yeah, it would probably
Interesting.
yeah.
Hmm.
Uh, but good
Oh
question.
well.
Yeah.
Well, Andy, listen, I'm going to relieve you right now.
All
Have a
right.
great. What do you any plans for New Year, or are you just hanging around?
No, no, gonna hang out. Probably my sister lives close by and we're, so
Hmm.
we may go hang out with them. But no big plans. But right after that, the next I can't remember I think it's the third anyway. Going up to Colorado and doing some skiing. So
Ah.
yeah, I won't see you guys next Friday. I'll be gone. So
My guess is that the TV set will be on though at some point during the weekend,
oh yeah.
watching the bowl games.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I
I'll be
know you
watching
don't
that.
like the transfer portal. I know that, but
Oh, I can't stand it.
I know we talked about that last week, didn't we?
Oh gosh. I
But
am so down on college football right now, but hopefully they get that worked out.
yeah, but you're going to
I,
watch it. You're going
you
to
know what
watch
I hate to
Texas.
see are these Division two schools, these smaller schools that
Hmm.
they go out there and that none of the big schools are even looking at. And they'll go find that guy and they'll develop him for 2 years and turn him into this, stud athlete. And then the
Yeah.
big school just comes in, okay, we'll take him now because we have the money to
Hmm.
do it. No compensation to the smaller. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't like it. It's,
Kind of
it,
like how the big boys in the stock market beat up on the little guys.
yeah. Oh, yeah. We've been,
We
yeah.
could say that.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, well, listen, Andy, have a
All
great
right.
time out. Have a great time skiing in Colorado.
All right, Barry. You too. Have a happy new year. And everybody else, thank you, Iris. Everybody have a happy new year out there.
Okay, great.
All right, buddy.
Okay, Andy, I'll take over. Thanks.
All right. Bye bye.
All right. All right. Ooh, look at this core here over and over and over and over again. Wow, what a move. 110 to 129 so far. KORE. And let's see the float. Actually, it's not low, 35 million. So it's certainly not low. A lot of relative volume, 10. And let's see what else. Is it trade options? No. So it's not. Boy, Pepe. Well, this is the first. Let's mark it down on the calendar. December 29th, 2023. No alerts from the magic scan. Interesting that I think I saw Shady shorting Uber. Uber and Lyft were the only two on the downgrade list this morning. Uber and Lyft. Michael, okay, Andy's not here anymore, so I have no idea about a stock that pays a dividend. Okay, I was actually halfway interested in that SSNT. I was watching it to see how well it held over 18, and it didn't. It didn't hold well over 18 at all. Yeah. Now this is actually a short from RAI. Yeah, that would have been. It was a tough spread when I looked at it. It was a tough spread also. This worked out pretty well from our AI actually. Short at 18.11, 649 now. That's a 9% move. Now the spread was tough. And there are shares available at Interactive Brokers, 63,000. So you could have shorted it. So TG, I think, is making a little bit of a move again, perhaps. Yeah, a little bit of one. But 568 is the VWAP, so it's not too close to that at all. I'm looking at these moving averages on the chart, the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. Ooh, here's maybe an interesting one. I do remember this one, guys, getting hammered down this GP a couple of times, the GPS, GPCR a couple of times, and now it is at the 200-day moving average, 38. Well, it's over it, 38.17. That's the 200-day, so it's a dollar above that. More importantly, take a look left. The high is 40.30. I'm going to stick an alert there. Probably not going to happen today. But if it happens next week, it could start to fill in this little bit of a void here. Not a little bit, that's a huge void. $20 void. I'm just going to stick an alert there and see if it happens. Take a look at CGA. Shady's talking about that one. That was a super active in the pre-market. It wasn't the 10-day, it was on the 10-day daily breakout. It didn't really do much though. This is the one that moved about 50 cents. Yeah, I mean, we had the alert at 931 at 353. The price was 353. Early for me to take it, but I just wanted to go back over and see what the move was. And yeah, so it got up to $4 from that move. Probably, yeah, I can see what Shady's looking at. A little bit of a move off three. What's the VWAP? So the VWAP is above it, 356. So I mean, if it went from 3 to 356, that'd be great. But So when you okay, so via pari. So you're talking about. So the question is in our main room, how to scan for stocks that have gapped up or down at the market open. So you're talking about the true definition of a gap, right? The first print of the day, the first trade of the day. Okay. So we do have a gap filter. I mean, we have a so easy enough to find. Okay. So if I right click on this alert window, you can use it in a top list too, but I just want to show you what it search. Okay. Here's your gap. And the percent, you can add the filter. So whatever percent you want, you can put the minimum. And if you use minus in the max, that'll be the gap down. So whatever gap you want. So if it's a 5% gap up, a 5% gap down, you could use this in a combo. You could put 5 here and minus 5 here. But whatever percentage you think is like depends on what the gap is you want. Okay, so that's the filter you would use. And then after that, you just assemble your price range, your minimum volume, and all the other things. Okay, does that make sense? And if you wanted it in dollars, you would use that filter. If you want it in a specific dollar amount, so we've got in both, either a percentage amount or the dollar amount. Does that answer your question? Yes, no? Don't ask me what the bars. I've never used the bars. I'm not sure what that even means. I know I could look at the help, but I think that's what you're talking about, right? The percent. Well, you don't have to freeze at all. I mean, this is a filter. So, I mean, if you just want to see stocks that have gapped, so if you want to use, okay, if you want to use it in a top list, okay, and you just want to follow those stocks that have gapped a certain amount for the rest of the day, is that what you want to do? Okay, so then I would use it in a top list window. Okay, so whatever filter you want to use, either the dollar filter or the percentage filter, use it in a top list window. And again, whatever gap, minimum and maximum gap you want, or minimum gap, and then the max number, if you use a minus number, that'll give you your gap down. Then, whatever price range you like, minimum volume, all those sort of things. And then, you know what? I'm going to get rid of that. Just give me a moment. I want to show you something. So let me just bring up my watch list again. I don't know why it's acting up in terms of. Okay. So imagine then you've got your top list and you've got your gap filter in, and so you want to see the stocks. I don't know if you want to create two different top lists, one for the gap up and then one for the gap down, but that's up to you. And then what you do then, let it run for a minute. I mean, you could almost only run it for, I don't know, 10 seconds, because if a stock is going to wait a minute to trade off the open, you probably don't care about it. Okay, but it's up to you. Then right click and freeze. So then it's frozen. And then you can copy the symbols, I guess, if that's what you want to do. Copy the symbols and then put them into a symbol list. And then follow those symbols? Is that what you want to do? Okay. And you know how to do that. You know how to create a symbol list. But I probably wouldn't wait a minute, because I mean, if a stock hasn't traded in the first minute, I'd probably do it in, I don't know, give it no more than 30 seconds, even 20 seconds. I mean, really, but that's up to you. Okay. Okay, well, what you would do is you would highlight the symbols, okay, number one, just like, an Excel program and all that. So you can so you highlight them and then you control C and that'll copy them, okay? That's number one. But to create a symbol list, you could actually, could you do it in here? You could do it in here. Oh, I wanted to be in this poll, POL. Shoot, just give me a moment to figure out if I still want to be in it. Okay, I got some. Not as much as I wanted, but I did get some. Let's see what it's gonna do now. It's been a bit jumpy. Just give me a moment, okay? Pia Perry? All right, go, go, go. Okay, I've taken some off. All right, well, at least I made a trade today. Okay, so listen, in order to create a symbol list, okay, I'm going to show you how, but you should be looking at our guide also because you might forget what I'm saying. So always good to have a reference. Okay, always good to have a reference. So I will show you, but if you click on my homepage link, then you'll be brought to the top here. Okay. And then scroll down until you see the education section. Click here and then click on the user guide. And where it says watch list, okay, that's what it should be called. Never mind symbol list, but where it says watch list, that'll show you how to create a watch list and how to edit it and all that sort of stuff. Okay. So let me show you though on the screen quickly. So like I don't know how you want to monitor the list once it's done. Wow, look at this. Yes. A lot of it, unfortunately, but that's okay. Hopefully, some people might have taken this. POL polished ink. That's pretty cool. Okay. Wow. And the whole idea, guys. Why? Well, look at this. Look left on the daily chart, and $11 approximately was the next high looking left. So that really got me excited. Okay. So let's pretend that you have a top list window or an alert window, and that's how you want to monitor it. Okay. I mean, I can't tell you how you're going to monitor it, but so you create either again a top list window or an alert window, and then let's pretend this is the top list window that you created in order to monitor these symbols, the brand new one. Okay. We can check the freeze. So right click, configure, symbol lists. Okay. And again, understand you'll in order to do this, you would have had to already created your alert window or your top list window with the filters in place, and then right click on it, symbol list, and then add existing. Sorry, create new list. Create new list, and then you give it a name. Let's call it just call it your first three letters, VYA. Okay, so here it is. Now, this is what I was saying before. If you copied the symbols before, then you can just paste them in. So if you already had copied the symbols, these symbols, I can't move this now, unfortunately. But if you'd already copied those symbols, you know how to do that. Controls like highlight them, Control C, and then you could paste them in here and then say, okay. So now you've got, let me just put one symbol. Okay, now The next step is to get it over into this column, okay? And again, remember, this is all in the guide, so I don't expect that you're gonna remember everything I'm saying. So all you have to do then is add existing list. Now, if you've never created a symbol list before, you will see it right at the top, and you would just highlight it, you left click, and the minute you left click on it, it'll move over to this column. Okay, you'll see it immediately in this column. And then this is a drop down menu. This is a drop down menu. The default is all symbols. Okay, that's typically the default, but we have some options. Only the following lists. So you would check that, click on that, and then you would check it. And then that would mean that that top list window or the alert window, how you're going to monitor those symbols, it'll be attached to that, again, to the top list or the alert window. It'll be attached to it, and then you can monitor it all day long. Okay. Now, here's where it's so intuitive because every day is going to be different, right? You're going to have different gappers every day. So you're going to want to delete. So if you click on file, sorry, tools, sorry, even I've forgotten. Tools, click on tools and then symbol lists, okay? You see, there you are right there, VYA, left click on it, so, or right, just click on it, highlight it, and then the box pops up, and then you can delete, just do a massive delete, highlight everything, delete it, and then paste the new ones in. You do that every day. Once you do it, every single day, it'll take you like 5 seconds and then say, okay. And of course, that symbol list can be attached to as many different top list windows or alert windows as you want. It's not just for that one. But again, you can go to the guide. If you forget, just go to the guide into the watch list section, and it's all outlined there. Okay. But your first step is to create the top list. Okay, create the top list, and then use that gap filter, whatever percentage you want to use. I would also obviously put some other filters in. You just don't want to see every single stock that's gapped up 5% or down 5% without any other filters in place, because you'll get hundreds, if not thousands of them. Maybe not thousands, but you'll get way too many. So, put a price range in, put a minimum volume in, right? Do you care about a stock that gaps up 5% on 10 shares? Of course not. So make sure you put some other filters in place. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed with alerts. And then I would freeze it. I would probably freeze it after 30 seconds. And again, if you forgot how to freeze it, just to go to the top list, right click, freeze. Okay, now it's frozen. You can freeze any time, of course. It doesn't not just 30 or a minute after they open. I can freeze it right now. Now it's frozen for the rest of the day if I want. And then don't forget to unfreeze it, okay, for the next day. Let me know if that works for you on Tuesday, okay? If you're going to use it on Tuesday. You could actually even use it right now if you want. I mean, because remember the gap, I think a lot of people, I'm glad you understood what the gap is. A lot of people misunderstand what the gap is. The gap's the way in the pre-market, the gap is just the change from the close of yesterday. Okay. When you're using that filter in the pre-market. But once the market opens, that is the very, very, very first trade of the day. So you could still create a list right now. In fact, you might want to just for as an exercise, you could create your top list right now, okay? And put those filters in, put the filter in because that's still you're gonna see the stocks that gapped up the first print of the day, whatever percentage you wanted. And then you could take that top and then freeze it and then copy the symbols in. You may get a lot of symbols, but just as an exercise, obviously, right now, because the market has been open for, several hours, you're gonna get a lot of symbols in there, but which is not actually true. I mean, you're gonna only see the stocks that gapped up that first print. So, I mean, try it right now. Okay, cool. And, you can check yourself, on the chart, okay? Because you'll see the first print of the day. Check to see where it closed the day before, just to prove to yourself. Yeah, I guess you don't really have to freeze it if you don't want to. That's a good point. I guess you don't really have to freeze it as long as you've got other filters in place, a minimum volume, a price range probably. And again, just to prove to you that it is working, check the close of the day before and then that first print of the day. All you have to do is go to any candle, in the first 15-minute candle, first 5-minute candle, doesn't really matter what, because it's going to show you what the open is, up here. So I see POL opened at 528. I can just look up there. So if that is, I'm just using this as an example. So as long as that is, according to the formula, whatever you use as the minimum gap percent, just to check it for yourself. It's not going to change. Yeah, it's not going to. You're right. It's not going to change over the course of the day. I should have thought of that. You're right. Peter, the pre-market gap is the same as the change from the close. Okay. The gap filter, if you use it in the pre-market, is exactly the same as the change from the close. Okay. For instance, if you take my So if you use this in the pre-market, this my pre-market axis up and down, you notice I think I still, unless I deleted it because it didn't really matter. Yeah, I may have deleted it because it didn't really matter. Let me just try one thing, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Ugh, sorry guys, I'm having a tough time grabbing things. There we go. Yeah, I used to have the gap filter in here also. For some reason, I can't remember. I mean, it probably was, holdover. I remember I created this years and years and years ago. But if you actually put the gap filter in, that gap filter in, you would see that it's exactly the same as the change from the close. And that's probably, so I think what I did is a little while ago, just to, get rid of some columns that I don't need. I got rid of it. Okay. Hopefully all that makes sense. Okay, guys, 126. I will do a video now. And just give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to do a video right now. And what time is it? 126. 127. So it should be no later than 137. Okay, I will put it here. Oh, see you there. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, guys, POL still strong, over 7 again. What did it get up to 750 or so. Lots of room still. Not saying it's going to get there, but boy, it's still got some room. Volume is still pretty good. It hasn't been a huge volume sell off yet. Well, volume is still pretty good. What I'm saying is that when you look at this volume bar right there, now this is weak volume right here, but now the volume is still pretty steady. What do I think of SNTG? Well, might be resting. I think it's already made a bit of a move though. Yeah, I mean it's made a nice little move off 6. I mean, I don't know where it's going from here. If you're into moving averages and stuff, it's coming right into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. The VWAP, so it's certainly over the VWAP. But whether it keeps going, the volume is tailed off. You can see that the volume is tailed off quite a bit. The absolute volume is still huge. I mean, that's still 470,000 shares. I'm just looking at the relative to the previous volume bars, though, it's certainly tailing off. Now, maybe I'd have to look at a different time frame to see volume. I don't see volume coming in though for CNTG. If I look at a 5-minute chart, there was a little bit in the previous 5-minute candle. Yeah, maybe I see. I guess that's what you were talking about right there. Well, let's see if we can get the same sort of volume. We keep an eye on the POL, guys. Let's see how well it holds 7. It's still hanging around that 7 mark. Only reason I'm interested, of course, so I'm not in it anymore, but I'm looking for maybe a re-entry just because of this up here. Okay, this up here meaning that high of 1085. Traders could be looking at the low float, 2 million in the float. Relative volume isn't great. It's a little over normal, but it's certainly been trading abnormally. And unfortunately, it just really doesn't trade options. Otherwise, this should no, you know what? It wouldn't be in the 10-day daily breakout either because it would have to break this high up here. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Stick an alert around 717, 720. That might get me really interested. The bodies of those two candles. Oh, I don't know anymore who we're getting. I know they were trying to change Marius. Getting our data from our float data, other data. I don't know who they're using now. I don't get too involved in, that's I don't really, behind the scenes stuff, I really don't get too involved. I know there was talk about changing the data provider, but I don't know, if and when they did. No, 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 no. All the data, all this data, we do some, we do massage data to give our own filters and all that, but no, I mean, obviously, all this data here, the real-time data, float data, short float, all that data is, we pay for it. All right, guys, there's the POL. Let's see if we get any sort of a lift from here. It's probably one of our biggest costs is, paying for the data. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm just kind of waiting on this POL, see if it, I mean, the volume is still coming in. Oh, I got a 5-minute chart. Let me took on a 15. The volume is still pretty decent here. Look at the volume bar on the 15. It's almost going to be the biggest one of the day. If this keeps up, time is it right now? 1:41. So this has another 3.5 minutes to close. It's an Amex stock, also interesting. All right, guys. Let's see what else I might maybe looking at. Let's take a look at this ACCO. Yeah, pretty extended. Maybe keep an eye on that SSNT. I mean, it was really spready, but if it gets back over 18, it may have a late day run. Had a big pullback. Come on, had a big pullback all the way down to 1622. Might be a little too, yeah, might be a little too spready. It's not terrible right now. 1715, 1733. It was a lot worse earlier. Yeah, it was a lot worse earlier. You're right. I mean, a lot worse. It's not great. Guys, I know I mentioned this GPCR a little while ago, and I can't remember if it had broken through the 200-day moving average. I think it might have. Yeah, I think it might have. So all we're really, yeah, that's right. We're looking to see if this can take out 40, maybe next week, 40.23. That's the high. The next high looking left on a daily, well, not the next high, but that is, yeah, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. And again, why do we care? Well, look at that gaps, $20 gap. I can't remember what happened here. Obviously, some really bad news, but it already happened up here. I sort of remember this. Didn't this get all sorts of analysts upgrading it to some crazy, and then they maybe did a financing? I just can't remember anymore. I don't think our news is going to go back that far. Oh, maybe. All right, I'm still watching that POL. Just kind of hanging around that 7 mark. I'm gonna have to be quick though, because this move here from 623 to 7, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. I have it thumbnailed, but that was really quick. Thank you, Casa. FLJ. Okay, let's take a look at FLJ. Yeah, a little bit of move. Now I checked our float. I know that that's a crazy low float, 43,000. I checked that other site that I like, and they had I think 4 million. Yeah, 4.29 million. So that's probably it's I don't know why we're at about a factor of 10 on this one. Don't ask me why. But wow, what a move it had in the pre-market up to 330 and then all the way back down to cut in half, crawling up though. I don't know if there's any news on POL. I was long, Michael, but I got out of it. I'm looking to get back in. I don't know if there's any news on POL. See, yeah, I don't see any news today for it. Yeah, can't see any news on it. It's just one of those things, some group somewhere has got a hold of this. It's a low float. The news is it's a low float. So we've been in low float mania since since the end of earnings season. Okay, so what are we about a month into that or so? So we're seeing so many stocks that are just low float that just are going crazy. When we're in earnings season, we just don't see that because the focus is more on the stocks that have earnings. And the reason I say we don't see that is because I don't change my filters. I don't change anything in my scans. I just don't. These low floaters were just not coming through during earnings season, but towards the tail end, and then for the last I don't know month and a half, we've been in what I call low float mania. They don't all have to be from China, but a lot of them are China stocks. Yeah, so the SNTG kind of tailed off. That's kind of what I was, wondering about the volume. I mean, that previous 15-minute volume bar wasn't terrible, but you'd probably like to see more volume coming in. Hmm. May not happen. Well, I'll just stick an alert. I've got an alert set around $7. Let's see if it happens a little bit later. Where's the VWAP? So the VWAP is at 650. Let's see if it maybe pulls back to the VWAP even, or and it holds there and then bounces from there. And that's for POL. You guys give me a moment. I'll be right back. Fantastic. You had me all excited there. I thought something was going to happen at 2 o'clock that was going to get this market rolling or something. All right, guys. Well, I'm winding this down pretty soon. I don't know if I'll stick it out to 3, actually. William says he'll keep the room open maybe till about 3:45. Okay. I don't think we have 4 days, Vanessa. We only have New Year's Day. We don't have the day after New Year's. Not that I'm aware of. I can't remember anymore if I don't think New Year's Eve day is a holiday anymore, like an official holiday. I don't think so. Remember in the old days, you used to get half a day off Christmas Eve and half a day off on New Year's Eve, those days, but I think that's long gone. Well, Monday's off for sure. I mean, Monday's off is for sure. So you two are a valley. I'm still griping the year that we didn't get New Year's Day off. What was that, 2 or 3 years ago? We didn't actually get the market was open on New Year's Day for some kind of a strange rule. Pepe will remember. Businesses are open. Oh, businesses are open on January 1st. Yeah. But January 1st is that's Monday. I mean, no businesses, but we're talking about the stock market. And that's what it was, Pepe. It was some kind of a banking rule. The market can't be more closed more than 3 days consecutively. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Anyway, it bothered me like you wouldn't believe. All right, doesn't look like. Well, I tell you, keep an eye on the POL, okay, because it is coming into the VWAP. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. Maybe I mean it's right at the VWAP now. 651. Let's see if it bounces off the VWAP. Well, looks like it's going through the VWAP, and this is not shortable for me. POL is not shortable for me. Okay, guys, but keep an eye on it. You know, it's right at the VWAP, POL, right at the VWAP. And it's going to be a crazy one because of the float, of course. So it's right at the VWAP, 651, 655. Okay, there we go, guys. A little bit of a bounce now. Bit of a spread. Well, okay, the spread's not terrible now. It's 55, 60. Well, that was a really big pop off 150 now for the FLJ. I did not take it. Surge, guys. SURG is on the move here. Another one that's just moving, moving, moving. Coming into resistance, I think. 675-ish. I think that's resistance area. And I'm continuing to watch this POL as it's kind of holding the VWAP area. 651. It's right at that, we're right on the penny now. 651, 651. However, there are some topping tails, series of topping tails, and that could signify the end. Buyers tried several times to move it higher. One, two, three, four candles in a row, five candles counting this one. And the sellers keep knocking it down a bit. Is that a question for me, Ori? Not for me, right? Are you talking about the stock? Are you talking about the stock, DOYU? Or are you talking about do you? Okay, $21 book per share? I don't know what you mean. They have they announced a $20 million buyback program. That was yesterday. I'm misunderstanding you, Ori. I don't know what you mean. The book value is 21. I don't know. I don't have no idea how. I'm not, unless I mean, they're huge float, huge float. That's a massive float for a sub $1 stock. Well, again, the VWAP area is holding for POL, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, any of those low floats are super dicey. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. I mean, this hit actually, Marius, it hit in the pre-market anyway. I don't know after hours, but I guess it did hit $3 after hours, 340 pre-market. See, the next high looking left is 233, so it's got that going for it also, if you're taking it now. And then if it can get through all that, five. Yeah, I think a key area would be to take out right there. You're looking at the 15-minute candles in the pre-market, and there's a little bit of resistance around 185 or so. Takes that out, then it's got a shot to the two level anyway. Well, the other thing is that the VWAP also 195, so that's hanging right above it. The VWAP at 195 for FLJ, so possibility it could stall there too before that two level. Just stick an alert there. Possible. Another cheap one. I've seen this, I think, all day. RNXT. Yeah, I saw this one. Saw this one yesterday. See it today through the 200-day moving average. RNXT may be coming into the resistance area right around here. If you look at the weekly chart, 209, 225. Well, that's far enough away. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it's low float, another low float, 8.8 million in the float. I mean, the volume is not a ton of volume, 622,000, 5 times normal though, more than the volume yesterday. Look at the daily chart. You can see the volume is more than yesterday. Well, let's see if FLJ can really race through that VWAP, 195. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back again. Well, I know you're watching it, Poe. What a spread now all of a sudden, though. 661, 683. I want to catch that bid up to the. I'm not in it, but ooh, now look at it, 642, 681. What I'm talking about. That's terrible. 642, 679. All of a sudden, the spread just got crazy. You were in at 643. Okay, well, I know what I'd be doing. It wasn't that bad before. Not even close to being that bad. Well, for sure, Smitten. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the relative volume for Pole has not been that great today. Still at a, I mean, I'm glad I took the trade very, very quickly, but yeah, this showed up on. I can't even remember where I saw it, to be honest, because it's not on any. I can't remember where I saw it. Maybe somebody posted it in here, and I put it in. I don't really remember where I saw it because relative volume has never been uh, three. Never. I don't think today. No, I can guarantee it hasn't. And most of my scans are at least a three on the minimum on the volume, relative volume. Are you trying to tell me that Morgan Stanley has 80 million shares? What are those numbers? Okay, guys. Well, here we go. This is the key level now for FLJ. They can take out that VWAP significantly. Hard to believe that Morgan Stanley would have that much of that stock, isn't it? Like, why? It's not that much money to them, but like, why would they get involved in a stock like that? And for 80 million, I mean, 80 million shares is 80 million shares. Okay, guys. Okay, well, is it going to pass that VWAP like a champion? 195. But doesn't Yahoo also have that they've got 700 million in the float or some huge number, Marius? Didn't I see you post that in our YouTube room? 144 million. Okay, 144 million. So when I looked at this other site here, I'm not saying that Yahoo is wrong, but when I looked at this other site here that I really, really think is a good site, they've got the float at 4.29 million. I know we've got it at some crazy low number, but they've got the float at 4.9 million, 4.2 million. So, I don't know who's right. Oh, I know. I know we've got it at 43,000. I understand. But it just goes to show, you know, if we think Yahoo is right, well, 133 million, but then, people are posting in our YouTube room, 4.7 million at WebGo. Um, Somebody else has got 6.58 million. It's always a really difficult thing to get the handle on these low floats. But I have to admit that dilution tracker, I have a lot of faith in them because they seem to catch it right off the bat. In other words, when a stock does a reverse split, you can look at their and it seems to catch it right off the bat. I don't know where exactly. I Somebody said, well, Captain Para, weren't you the one who turned us on to Dilution Tracker a long time ago? Yeah, that's what I thought. And so why? So do you think they do anything more special than anybody else? Because I do like them. I've been using them for a long time now. I mean, do they dive into the filings and all that and really do some calculation? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you probably know obviously better than I do because you found this site. You told us about this site months ago. And the interesting thing is you cannot get the float information unless it's a very um, small cap stock. I don't think they have the float information. Like in other words, if you look for Microsoft, they're not going to have it here. This is just like dilution trackers, stocks they can dilute. Exactly. No, you're right. I mean, how it's trading is the real. I mean, who knows what site is actually correct, but how it's trading is really what it's all about. Key is holding two. Well, I think it's a key anyway. Are you talking about for IPOs, Wiggle? Your question is what site to use to find out who the underwriters are? Are you talking about IPOs? So Wigglevoss, what am I on mute? No. Okay. Make sure I'm not on mute. So you're not talking about IPOs. You're talking about if a stock is going to do raising money or things like that. Companies raising money who are going to be doing the offerings and all. Is that what you're talking about? You're not talking about IPOs specifically then. I had no idea, unless the company comes out and says we're doing a financing and, usually by then you can see who the underwriters are, but other than IPOs, I don't know what website's going to tell you that. Maybe somebody else knows. IPOs is easy because, they're all listed. It might climb. It's not gonna, it might climb, Marius, right? It might climb. Don't want people who are new thinking, oh, well, the guy's saying it's gonna climb, therefore I'm gonna buy it right now. That's a new one. The VWOW. I know you meant VWAP. CGA, 353 is the VWAP. Yeah, another, not a bad little move. I know Shady talked about this. Maybe a move off three. I don't think he took it, but yeah, he alerted maybe a move off three. So some of these little ones that went crazy earlier, this is typically what sometimes this can happen. All of a sudden later on in the day after they do nothing for seemingly hours, and they catch a bid. I don't know if it's a pullback, but all I can see is that FLJ, the volume is the biggest volume bar of the day, I think. Oops, speaking about not being able to type. Yeah, look at that one. Look at the volume that came in. 2.4 million and counting. Is another 3 seconds to close. So that's the biggest volume bar of the day right there. Well, it wasn't much of a pullback. I mean, it got up to what, 213 and it pulled back to 204. Not much of a pullback really. But what did I had an alert set up here for some reason. Thank you, HG. I know myself and others who contribute all the time. I know they appreciate it also. Thank you for that. Claire, yeah, CLAR. Whoa, is it ever spiking? Man, look at this. Look at the volume. Not very much volume today. Most of the volume is right here on this. And this is the new candle. This is like, this just opened. This is 15-minute candle, but this just opened. I mean, this has got another, 14 minutes to close. And yeah, big spike here for some reason. Not a crazy low float, 29 million, still low, but not crazy low. Oh, I know you got rid of the poll, right? Your name, almost your namesake. You got rid of it, right? Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so that's the reason. Thank you, William. I haven't had that squawk on for a long time. Yeah, that's the news. Yeah, AJ William enters into a definitive agreement to sell sports segments for 175 million. That's Yeah. Actually, we see it here too in IB. This is pretty good, guys. I mean, this is part of the IB news service, and that news hit at 14:30, 2:30, right there. That's it. That happened right at 2:30. No, not talking heads on TV. No, I'm talking about, Benzinga, those pay services. It's funny. I don't see Wainwright as being a big underwriter. I don't see them anyway. I see them. What I see them mainly are these. They put these fairly outlandish price targets. I don't. But so your question really is this: who? I mean, you'd have to go back quite a while though. Who are the underwriters initially for some of these stocks? For instance, let's take a look at the upcoming IPOs. Probably not too many. Didn't I see that Reddit was supposed to maybe do an IPO next year? I rarely see when I look at these lead manager when I see this, I rarely see Wainwright here. These are on these real cheap ones, of course, but I rarely see Wainwright. So we've got some next week, potentially. Okay, when they say week of, it's not. Oh, okay. Well, this one looks like this one, MTEN. You know what? People ask about IPOs. Do we scan for IPOs and all? I'll go over what I do. Okay. I don't, in fact, and I'd rather do it this way, even if we had some kind of a scan for an IPO, I would rather do it this way. Let me show you what I do. And it's actually kind of fun. And you do it on a Saturday, when you've got some time, maybe to have 10 minutes. So here are, in theory, the upcoming IPOs for next week. Okay. Here's Tuesday. Now this could, it says the week of, but there's not a there's not a definitive day. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. This looks like it's going to happen on Tuesday. This looks like it's going to happen on Friday. Okay. But this is what I do. Let's take these, and I can almost guarantee just by the name, this is going to be a China IPO. So it could be kind of exciting. So what I do is this: I take the symbol. There it is, MTEN. Let me shrink this down a little bit, and I'll give you the link for this IPO calendar. Okay, so there is MTEN. So I type MTEN into my chart, and it's not trading, of course. So now what I do is now before I do that, I want to just check to see. Yeah, so it's out of China. So that's the first thing. Okay, so I don't really care so much what they do. I just want to know where they're out of. So this is what I do. So MTN. So now I create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert, put an alert at one because it'll obviously start trading over $1. Now here's where typically with price alerts, I do not put notes, but this is where I will put a note. Okay, so I want to know what the structure is. So 2.2 million. And supposed to open between say 4 and 6. Okay, so I'll put 4 and 6. I know what I'm doing on this. There's a little short form. And then I'll also put China. Okay, so now why I do it this way, because when and if it starts to trade on Tuesday, it'll pop up in my price alert window. I can then quickly look to see, well, what was it supposed to open at? What was it priced at? So for instance, if this opens at 8 or 9, over $6, then we know there's some enthusiasm for it. And I put the number of shares in here because then I know it's not like a huge IPO. It's like call it a low float IPO. And out of China, the ones out of China, can go crazy. So that's what I do. So now I'll wait, next week. If it starts to trade, my price alert window will pop up. I don't have to kind of guess. Oh, I wonder what it was supposed to open at and how many shares and where's this out of. It'll all be there. So I'll do the same thing now for Decola. But before I do that, I do want to see where it's out of. Looks like this is out of the US. Yeah, out of Florida. So when it's a US stock, I don't bother putting I just if I don't put anything in, then I know it's a US stock. So now I'll type in DOCO, create the price alert, $1. Put the notes in, 1.1 million. And supposedly coming in at 575. Okay. And now I don't put US. If I don't put anything, then I know it's US. Okay. I'll put the other two in, because they may start trading, but unless they have a defined day, usually that means it's not necessarily they are going to trade. Well, let's do this one also. JL looks like it's out of the US, but let's just check here. Nope, Hong Kong. So another China stock. So I'll do this JL. Oops. Create the price alert. $1. Put my notes in. 1.4. So you can see why I like to do this because now I'm prepared. If we just had an IPO scan, the IPO could start trading, see it. But to me, it's equally important to know what the structure is. How many shares? What kind of the float? What was it? What did they plan to open at? And then what countries out of. When we get into more of the IPO season, and there's China. So you do this on a Saturday. Just, if you're into the IPOs. And then we've got this zero SPO. So this is out of Japan. It looks like it's out of Japan. Yeah, Japan. There have been some interesting ones out of Japan. I'm seeing more and more now. It's taking a while for it to load. There we go. Right click, create the price alert, $1. My notes, 1.5 million, and $4. And I'll put Japan. I used to put in who the underwriters were, but I haven't found that it is that as important anymore. And the reason I don't do this one, this is a SPAC, okay? I don't care about these acquisition companies that are formed to, go and look for a company to merge with, to take public. I don't care about them. Not the day of, anyway. So if you want this, I'll give you the link. You guys can have this link. So this is the calendar. So you click on the calendar to find the upcoming ones, and then these are the recent ones. Okay, these are all the recent IPOs. Now, let's take a look at the FLJ because I saw it had a pretty decent pullback, and then it's back up though. What did it get down to? And that's a pretty big pullback, but it has popped right back up on a percentage basis, to go from 216 down to 184. The VWAP was 196, so it actually broke down through the VWAP briefly and then popped right back up. You can see that if if it can take out the high right there, it could keep running. 215. I mean, the sellers tried to knock the stuffing out of it, but the buyer stepped in and said, "Not yet." Okay, guys, I'm just following internal discussion. Okay, guy. Wow, it's 2:45 already. Okay, well, 2:45. I'm getting set to wrap it up for the year. Well, I don't know, George. I mean, what do I think FLJ is going to do? I don't know. If it takes out the high of the day, it may get running again, but I don't know for sure. We all you know is that it's not 43,000 in the float, but it is a low float. And you can see, people are suggesting, there's the pre-market high way up here, 339. Anything is possible. But be aware that this happened too. I mean, that was a pretty brutal, you know, I'm sure that scared a lot of people if you're in it, going from 214 down to 183 like that. You just got to be careful. But you can kind of see, I mean, we're at these two highs right there are 215 and 215. I mean, if it can take out 215, and that high right there is 215. So you can see right now, as we speak, 215 is the little bit of the block. Look at that 15-minute chart. All these topping tails are right to the penny to 215. So if you stick a price alert maybe around, I don't know, 217, I have one at 220, and see if it can blast through that. Yeah, guys, if you're leaving now, Happy New Year. See you guys on. We're leaving right now. See you guys on Tuesday. Thanks, Ori, etc. It is fascinating, though. I mean, this is what trading is all about, trying to figure out what the heck it might happen. Now, the high is 233 on the daily chart. Now that, of course, got way through 233 in the pre-market. And then I know the next high on the daily chart is way up here around 5. Do I buy chalks? Sorry, do I buy stocks from China? You mean on the China exchange? No, these are just the ones we were just talking. Well, this is a Chinese company that's listed on a U.S. exchange. Is that what you mean? I mean, I'll buy anything if it's on the U.S. exchange. I don't care what country it's from. But if you're asking me, do I buy specifically stocks on, say, the Hong Kong exchange? No, if that's what you're asking me. And I'm talking to Michael Anthony in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Well, here we go. Maybe. Boy, my system's lagging today. Oh, Okay, guys, 2:51. I think I'm going to wrap this up for myself. I'll stick around if there's some questions, but if there are no questions, I think I'll take off. Um, William said he'll keep the room open to maybe 3:45. So again, if there are no questions, and thanks for all the help, not just today, but all year, all year. Okay, guys, so I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So again, Happy New Year, everybody. We'll see you guys Tuesday. So I'm muting myself now in the main room and shutting down the screen sharing. And for YouTubers, you want to head over to the main room. You can still do it. That room should be open until about 3:45. I'll put the link in if you do want to head over there. Okay, YouTubers, I think I don't see any other questions, so I'll shut you guys down. Happy New Year to anybody who's still on YouTube. We'll see you guys on Tuesday.